decision-making time.
So they cannot run a democracy in their family, right? Let me come to this section. Mama, you know that you are looking good. That's why I'll come to you first, right? What did he say? So ladies and gentlemen, that's why we are here today, because we want to resolve those matters, because it is important to look at this, because indeed, when we look at this particular seminar today, we are looking at the small to medium enterprises. And if you look at the composition of these, many are driven by entrepreneurs, many who would eventually want to pass that legacy on to the next generation. And what a way to partner with POSB, because we go beyond today. We go and look at legacy, because what we believe is that it is simply possible. And to lead us in our opening remarks, would you please give my CEO a big round of applause, Mr. Changunda, as he comes to give our opening remarks. Gatombre Maoko as he comes. Sema zvinzwa zvanzi zvakaoma, zvanzi it's hectic.
I can use this one. Well, I appreciate the statement that Zakaoma, but I must acknowledge that Bulawayo is fairly cold. I arrived here last night, and unlike Harare, it's chilly here, and it's European weather, let me say. So, Siabgodola in Tebele. I wish to acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, the chairperson of Chamber of SMEs, Mr. Liamini, and also to acknowledge our presenters. I can see a whole list of presenters. There is Madam Dube, there's Mr. Mashonganyika, there's Mr. Stole, there's Majoko Joko, and thank you very much for coming. I also wish to acknowledge POSB management here present, our POSB customers. I did see Mr. Kenzela from Soft IT Consultants, Mr. Luo in the automotive sector. Our esteemed guests, fellow entrepreneurs, our business champions. Business champions are people who inspire others because of the things that they do, and I believe our entrepreneurs are in that league. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to this important SMEs seminar hosted by the People's Own Savings Bank here in the vibrant city of Bulawayo. The purpose of POSB, I was telling my colleagues earlier on, is really to transform people's livelihoods and build good memories in respect of financial inclusivity. In Shona, we say, Basare People's Own Savings Bank is to kupedza urombo nokutarisirwa pasi kwevano vatema. In Ndebele, I will try, it's kutseda umuyanga or uyanga. Thank you very much. I hope I got that right, Mr. Jamin. Thank you very much. So we are your trusted partner when it comes to SMEs. We provide financial services that transform people's livelihood. This seminar, colleagues, comes at a time or a month after we successfully hosted the Exporters Seminar in Harare on the 30th of May 2025. It was part of our efforts last month to promote the generation of exports in Zimbabwe. Part of the feedback we gathered from our customers at the seminar was that we needed to also bring SMEs together, as they are the lifeblood and the backbone of our economy. I was going through statistics for SMEs across the whole world. 99% of businesses, if you count them, they are SMEs. So it's big business as far as POSB is concerned. Colleagues, the theme of today's gathering, driving inclusive growth, unlocking SMEs' potential, reflects our shared commitment to empowering small and medium enterprises as engines of economic transformation. Across the country, SMEs continue to generate 60% of our GDP, and that's quite significant. And they employ over 50% of the workforce. And SMEs serve as the foundation of household incomes, especially in communities where formal employment is limited. I'm looking at communities from Beitbridge to Vic Falls, communities in Gwanda, in Mtorashanga, Lupane, in Caesar, and even in Gwabalanda. They are the drivers of innovation, job creation, and inclusive economic participation, providing livelihoods for youths, for women, and marginalized groups, while also anchoring supply chains for larger enterprises. I was thinking, if SMEs do not collect, say, beer from Delta, there will be a crisis. If Delta cannot do business with SMEs, they will have serious problems. So from rural development and poverty reduction to creating platforms for social inclusion and economic resilience, SMEs foster economic growth. Simply put, the success of SMEs is the success of Zimbabwe. That is why we are gathered here today, to foster collaborations, to listen, to learn, to share, and to build an enduring SMEs sector. At POSB, colleagues, for over 120 years, we have demonstrated our commitment to supporting SMEs through their growth journey by providing tailor-made financial solutions that meet their unique needs, recognizing that no two businesses are the same. So we tailor-make our solutions to the requirements of SMEs. We offer various financial solutions from SMEs account. Mr. Chirikure is the divisional director in charge of CIB. He can assist you today to open an SME account. We also offer SME loans. We provide POS machines to SMEs, among other products and services. Later on, our teams from POSB will elaborate the financial solutions that speaks to the aspirations of SMEs, ranging from market traders in Makokova to small-scale gold producers in Shamva. So why are we here, colleagues? Our goal today is to facilitate discussions on SMEs funding, SMEs digital transformation, to discuss opportunities and the challenges in the SME sector, and also sustainability of SMEs businesses. And most importantly, to create space for open dialogue where voices can be heard to help shape the future of the SME industry and support in Zimbabwe. We are grateful, as on behalf of POSB, to have the participation of experts from key institutions, including the Chamber of SMEs. Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. You are doing a lot of good work here in the region. Zimtrade officials, they will offer guidance on local and foreign market identification and market linkages. We also have the Blawa City Council, who will shed light on and clarify licensing and registration processes for SMEs to formalize their operations. We also have speakers from the Reserve Bank who will give us perspectives on bank use, promotion, and financial inclusion. We have speakers from Zimra who will help us to gain valuable information on custom duties, domestic tax obligations, and the SME incentives. What inspires me, colleagues, is an SME that pays a fair share of taxes to Zimra. I'm thinking you are also inspired, so thank you very much if you are that inspired. We have an expert from the Fine List Consultants who are here to share advice on financial record keeping and bank loan proposal preparations. I know some of our clients struggle with the preparation of bank loan proposals, so they will speak to that later on. I believe that the contributions from the experts I have noted, combined with SMEs' lived experiences, are what will make this seminar truly meaningful. I have a colleague in Harare. He started his transport business with 2 buses about 2.5 years ago. Now he's running a fleet of 17 good buses, and is generating close to $3,000 every day. So you can see the impact that SMEs can deliver. So we'll have testimonials from SMEs, their lived experiences, so that we inspire others to deliver impact. As a financial institutions celebrating 120 years of transforming livelihoods in Zimbabwe, we are fully aware of the challenges this critical sector faces, including, but not limited to, lack of access to finance, insufficient training and mentorship, and an increased informalization of the sector. POSB believes that addressing these challenges is not a task for government alone. It requires collective efforts from all sectors, including financiers, regulators, suppliers, and even SMEs themselves. And that is why this seminar, colleagues, is very important. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each one of you for being here today. Your participation shows your commitment to growth, to innovation, and national progress. As we proceed with the day's agenda, I encourage you to engage openly, to ask questions, to share insights and the challenges, and even to challenge us as bankers, as your partners, so that we do better in terms of our interaction with you. I'm confident, colleagues, that together we can build a future where every Zimbabwean entrepreneur has the tools, has the support and opportunities they need to thrive. With that said, I would like to officially welcome you once again to today's seminar. Let's get started. Over to you, MC. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I was listening intently when you were talking about the moment you said you started off with 2 buses. My mind quickly went to, the story about the gentleman who started his rice business with 1 grain of rice. But yours was very practical, sir. It was 2 buses to 17 buses, which is absolutely amazing. There's a saying that goes, hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. But in all these times, rest assured, POSB will always be here for you, because we have a history, and proud one, of 120 years of transforming livelihoods. Let's give POSB a big round of applause. As I welcome our Divisional Director, Corporate Investment Banking, I really liked the part where, sir, you said, your goal, kupedza namo. And I quickly thought to myself, that's good, because inini ndinoteta namo. And I'm sure many of us in this room feel exactly like that. Will you allow me to welcome Farai Chirikure to humbly introduce our guest of honor. Let's give a big round of applause as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. I have a very simple task here to introduce our guest of honor, Mr. Dlamini. So I'm going to read out his profile exactly the way you put it out. So Mr. Dlamini has a total of 38 years experience, 19 of which were at senior management. Out of his working life, he spent 6 years in the financial sector, 16 years in public service, handling productivity, enhancement, sustainable community development. Out of these 16 years, 10 years were spent in local government management, a cumulative 7 years in management consultants and strategic planning, 17 years in the development of micro, small and medium enterprises, 2 years lecturing sustainable development and climate change. Work experience in micro SMEs sector was targeting empowerment of disadvantaged communities, vulnerable households, women and youth in both rural and urban environment. His working experience spans in organizations like Public Service, Standard Chartered Bank, First Mutual Life, Deloitte & Touche, Confederation of Zimbabwe Industries, Bulilima Mangwe, Incubator Mangwe Rural District Council, Friedrich Stiftung and UNIDO. Currently, he's interacting and working with World Bank, EU, ILO in advancement of economic development through MSMEs in Bulawayo Metropolitan Province, through value chain and cluster development, as well as promotion of decent work under the Bulawayo Metropolitan Chamber of Small and Medium Enterprises. His academic qualifications include a Business Studies Honours degree from University of Zimbabwe, and Public Service Commission Organization and Methods Certificate, Institute of Management Services in the UK, Institute of Management Services O&M from National University of Science and Technology. He's got an MBA in Development of Commodity Associations and Marketing Institutions as a mechanism for commercializing small livestock industry in Mangwe, Bulilima district. I'm sure you agree with me that this is the right man to give us a keynote address at this event based on his wide experience in many sectors. I thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I hope that was me being introduced. It sounded, yeah, it sounded a long story. Which one is up? Which is down? Okay. All right. I'm Keta, as he said. Respect to the Chief Executive, Changunda, and all protocol observed. I will try to restrict myself to this podium, but I'm generally a presenter, so I might be tempted to be moving around. But they told me stick around this place. I'm working for Bulawayo Chamber of SMEs. We call it Metropolitan Province. Basically looking at how do we develop micro, small, medium enterprises for the future of our children, of our grandchildren, and everybody else. But in case I miss what I'm going to say just now, because maybe there's a lot I'm going to say, is I would like to encourage everybody to take SMEs, even if they are private bodies, can you please take them as public goods, as public assets? Because at the end of the day, we're actually developing our nation. Even if I start a private company, even if you start a private company, eventually it's not yours. It's for the region, it's for the nation. And I think let's use that spirit to develop ourselves. Basically, I'm going to go through my presentation, looking at a brief on Bulawayo Chamber of SMEs, and then a short background on SMEs in Zim, but I've tried to restrict it to Bulawayo generally. Challenges facing SMEs, the opportunities, and then maybe possible recommendations and conclusions. I could be wider than what you are seeing. I think the MC will give me that role. Bulawayo Chamber of SMEs, who are we? Basically, can I have the free? Sure. As Bulawayo Chamber of SMEs, we look at Bulawayo Metropolitan Province. I've just tried to summarize it in diagrammatical form. We have what we call the National Chamber of SMEs, headquartered in Harare. And then, according to the structures, each province has its own chapter. From Marsh East up to Maswingo. And for Bulawayo, we have a structure and split down to the 5 districts. So basically, when you look at a province, there are chapters per each district. If it's Mat South, you are going to get 7 district chapters. Mat North, same thing. On and Maswingo, 7 or 8 districts. So each district is supposed to have a chapter. Basically, the reason is we need to assist SMEs. We need to assist micro, small, medium enterprises to actually develop, link them to other players within the sphere which they are operating in. There's an issue to do with training, to do with strategy in terms of resilience. We do lobbying for the SMEs. We also look at how do we improve operating space, or how do we actually acquire operating space for SMEs. We facilitate linkages and markets. Where we are based in Bulawayo, we are based at the OK Mat Center, for those who might need to know. That's a space which we ask Old Mutual to afford us, and then we are actually housing SMEs in that place. We also try to run, say, Business Expo. Currently, as we speak, there's an Bulawayo Winter Expo which is running from yesterday up to Saturday at City Hall, Car Park Lapana. There are people who are displaying their goods and wares. Linked to financial institutions, I think we're talking about today POSB and other players. How do SMEs actually link to financial institutions so that then they develop graduate SMEs from micro to small. Whenever I have meetings, we have meetings at the city council with Shelton, with Tole. You get people who say, I proudly, as he introduces himself or herself, I've been a vendor for the past 30 years. And he says it, or she says it with pride. But what we're trying to do is, can we graduate people from that stage to micro, medium, and then to obviously to large corporates? We also then say, issue to do with formality and informality. How do we move people out of the formal or the informal sector to formality? Brief background on SMEs. I think I was trying to see anyone who of a different color from me here, but I didn't see anybody, so I think I'll be safe to say what I'm going to say. Generally, from my own experience, the economy of this country in the majority was you need to be employed. Some of us went to use that and we're looking for office jobs. I need to wear a tie. I've been saying to Stolle, I'm trying to avoid wearing a tie these days. Maybe just graduate to SMEs. But historically, our country was designed around formal employment. It was basically formal employment. I've just tried to list a few of them. Basically, we're saying there's agric, small plots, for those who are aware, maybe people like Filapusi, Zimiama in Plumtree, Solus, Kwatemba, then mining, public service. Basically, we have people employed in those sectors. And mainly it was a movement of rural people into the communities. When you look at the structure of Bulawayo, I think Stolle might, if he cares to talk about it, he could talk about it later on. Most of the earlier housing schemes were designed around bachelor type of life. You are here in Bulawayo to work and go back home to your family. So small rooms in Makokoba Stoland, small rooms just accommodating the men working and then go home. And I think currently they are changing that. So we're moving from a rural point of view to absorb ourselves in those sectors. Mainly when I was still working in Harare with a group of people from Manicaland, they were concentrating mainly in the hotel industry. Where someone says, I work in OK, and then they were gossiping to say, have you ever had a hotel called OK? It was basically, I think that area mainly they were concentrating on in hotels. With the Masringo group mainly in the police force and things like that. So you are looking at people going straight to employment, never thinking of how do we work for ourselves. But then you had early people, early entrepreneurs who went into SMEs in our country. I think you might know them. Transport industry, for instance, in this region, you had people like Omakedle, Nopelandaba, and then where I come from, there was a bus service called Matambanazo. I think literally that guy was covering maybe the whole country. I come from Plumtree, for your information, with that bus service running that throughout that place. To me, those were early SMEs going through. Some are still surviving. I realized Pelandaba, they are resuscitating the company. Makedle, I haven't seen it. Matambanos, I haven't seen them. But Pelandaba, I think they are trying to resuscitate the company. Then small scale systems. I think mainly for people who once worked in agri-tech or in agriculture, they were afforded that space to buy small scale plots. In Myanmar, for instance, if you come from Plumtree, Flapusi, Kwatemba, if you come from North, there is a place called Lupanda. I think there are small scale systems there for farming. And then when you come to Bulawayo itself in terms of the retail system, you had Mahomva in Popoma, down our place where Omatua's family, Maplanga and Luveve. These mainly were shops, and I want to classify them as early SMEs in the retail industry. Omapotoko, Ongebecha, Omasunda, and people like that. And then came a time when we were now saying, there was a first emergence of SMEs. Major reason is there was sort of a collapse in the formal employment. Other challenges, and also challenges within the rural side, but mixed up with people actually looking for employment. And then we had an increase with an increase in the emergence of the SMEs, where now people are saying, maybe I can do something as an individual. I think that's where we are today. Basic challenges facing the SME sector. I'll run through this first. I think some people cover this. Basic lack of finance, and then also limited access to finance, where I don't have any money to actually fund my own organization, or the access is limited. Markets not profitable. Realizes trade is here. Maybe you might reduce our stress insofar as that is concerned. And then there's what I call soft skills in business. We have a problem. Most of our members in the chamber, they are highly skilled in terms of maybe producing a garment. But in the softer skills of leadership and management, we have a challenge in that area. But in terms of production, they are very good. But we lack our soft skills. And then poor business idea generation. I was trying to look for the Ndebele one. I'm trying to, where if one person starts a business, there's this behavior of copy pasting type of thing. Yeah, there was a time where almost each and every household in Blawa was running those Zuta things, and yeah. So we need to maybe to give capacity to our people and avoid that type of behavior. Non-formalization of businesses, I think I've covered that. One other major problem is issue to do with succession planning. I started an organization. I keep my kids away. I think when the director of ceremonies was talking about the transition. If I'm a strong father, I might create weak kids and like that. You start a business, but you don't involve your kids because you say, I suffered. My father's, I suffered. I was sent to a rural school. I used to run 10 kilometers going to primary. I don't want my kids to go through the same process. And what you are saying is you're actually creating weak kids, weak children. And it leads to maybe issue to do with us, what do we do with our planning? Lack of information, you'll be surprised. There are a lot of people who are operating and they don't know that they can access banks within financial products within POSB. We need to spread that information. And then there is this, I've just, for not being too blunt with people, I've just called it Lone Ranger mentality. Let me talk about where I come from. People always want to have a shop written Nketa and Sons. Nketa is my first name, Nketa and Sons, Dlamini and Sons, Changunda and Sons. We have that mentality to say, I don't want to cooperate and collaborate with people. And I think as we build our SMEs, we need to manage that and see how we can cooperate so that we enjoy the synergies. I just called it Lone Ranger mentality. I'm not sure whether it happens in other regions, but it's strong in the Matebele region. That much I can say because I come from here. It's very strong here. Very, very strong. Then obviously poor infrastructure. Stole, I'm not attacking you, but there are issues to do with potholes, where someone was saying, when I was in Harare, we used to say, when we were still okay, someone was saying, if you see a driver in Uganda, in Kampala driving straight, you know he's drunk. So I'm not sure what's happening now, but we need to look at that to say what is the state of affairs of our infrastructure and work on it. Issues to do with utilities, water and electricity, skills gap, I think I've talked on that. Can our products actually compete globally, internationally, within the SADC region? What is our branding like? I think we need to look at that. Then the issues to do with economic uncertainty, decent space, high rentals, where we are pushing more of the manual generating to rentals than to actually making sure the company is productive. Inflation issues, the internet. I think maybe with the coming in, I hope there's no Econet and the other guys here. With the coming in of Starlink, maybe things might improve. My apologies to the other providers who are here. But I think we need to have competitive rates for that area. And then there's this big one, entrepreneur versus business by accident. When I went into this SME space during my time in Harare up to now, you realize that when you really want to sit down and do statistics, you might find that for the totality of SMEs, maybe only 20 or so % are actually driven by the entrepreneurial spirit. The majority of our people is a case of accident. It's a default situation. I was retrenched, so I need to put bread on the table. So we need to recognize that, to say, how do we then assist them to say, don't always work on a default mechanism, but graduate to entrepreneurship and actually then move forward. And then there's this, I call it phobia to approach banks. In other meetings I've said to Zimra, I think people are afraid of Zimra. But basically, we have an issue where if someone gets into your office and you are too, let me say too smart, let me use that word, too smart, they will say, hey, do I fit to get into this office? Can I really get in? So there is that office, I don't know why. People really won't come to POSB, not necessarily because they don't want money, but hey, how am I going to talk to the CEO? How am I going to talk to so and so? We need to manage that issue to say, how welcoming are we as institutions so that then maybe SMEs come through. Also, take into account that most of the people who are SMEs are actually maybe we're just mere workers within the industry, so to say. And then knowledge in business planning. I think the CEO talked about this maybe. How do we make sure that the SMEs are credit ready, they can do proposals, they can write business plans, things like that. Quickly run through the opportunities. Availability of financial players. There's a general growing consumer market within Zim, where we're almost a consumer market. We're importing a lot of things. It gives chance to people who are in production to actually produce. Some people call it import substitution, but I'm not sure whether that would be the right word. But basically, can someone produce what we're actually importing? I think that's one area which we're looking at. And then government efforts to diversify economy away from agric and mining. I think that opens other avenues. There are internationally recognized packages maybe to take care of what I was talking about, the soft issues, leadership and management. In this region, we say, because of, well, I think we're generally in region 4 and 5, issue to do with small scale, small livestock, honey. It's only last month when we were in a certain meeting, I was told by someone who's doing apiculture. He says apparently the honey from Matabeleland is the best in terms of quality. But when you look at Manicaland, there's high production in terms of volumes. But when you talk of quality, this is where you get the quality. I was not aware until this age. Can you imagine? So I think we need to leverage that and see how do we blend in the high quality and then we export it. But unfortunately, I think we still have issues to do with export of honey, especially to the EU market, where I think it's a little bit strict. So people I know they're packing their honey to South Africa and then they push it. When it gets to EU, it's now South African honey. It's a problem. I think we need to look at that. Yeah. So, and then issue to do with rural industries, and then business parks, incubation services within local universities. I think that can give us advisory services. As a nation, I think everyone is aware here, we are prioritizing what we are calling value chains. We are prioritizing what we are calling value chains. Those are the value chains, but The ones I've put in purple, I believe we can then manage them here in Blawa and maybe use them. Plastic waste recycling, clothing, leather, the soya, value chain, and obvious steel. Pharmaceutical, I think there's a potential for Blawa. People can come in. These are areas where I was saying, instead of now following this water mentality, we could then look at this and say, let's actually push SMEs around these sectors. Right. Recommendations, as I conclude, we need to have accessible finance, conducive or user-friendly finance. We look at the tenure, any grace period, and then I just say, some people are saying, can we have God-fearing interest rates, God-fearing charges? I think to explain that is, they are saying, hey, your charges are too high. So someone saying, hey, they are not God-fearing. And then capacity of building of SME so that then they are credit ready. I believe as POSB, you actually need to nurture the SMEs. Let me say this. If I want to enjoy the wisdom, if I want to enjoy the company of my children and grandchildren, maybe the decision is to have children today, or when I was 20. Then I will enjoy my grandchildren and everybody else. So what I'm trying to say is, for POSB to build onto the 120 years legacy, you might need actually to actively develop the SMEs themselves. And then develop them into large corporates, and then you move with them. I think value chains, I've talked about it. Venture capital systems. People talk about what we call patient money. Instead of saying, I give you a loan today, tomorrow, the next month you are paying. Maybe if you use venture capital type of approach, then you know we invest and we are together. They call it patient funding. Copy and paste to avoid it. We explore markets in the SADC EU COMESA. And then maybe we establish what I would call commodity uptakers. I'll explain it in this diagram. At the center there, I've just used a few examples. Bambara nuts, Bambara nut, soybeans, goats or sheep, chili pepper. These are just a few examples. My thinking is, if we could have finance houses, POSB, financing that center, these will be the uptakers. Finance that center, and then they have the capacity actually to now do contract farming and buy from the farmers. This model could do well in the rural area. Even in Blawa, I think it can do. Goat sheep, someone is doing umvundla, for instance. First timing is umvundla. Very nice. How do we do contract farming for poultry, for chili or paprika? But this could be, we could work around that. As I conclude, I'm saying, when we leave this room, let's not say, really, that means I'm POSB land. I'll just wait. I think let's be active. Let's go to POSB and talk to them and present our plans, present our proposals, instead of having this waiting game. Sorry to use that talk, but it's just waiting for results, the results of this conference. But let's avoid that type of behavior. Finally, I'm not a boxer, but I liked Muhammad Ali. If we could look at things maybe from a different perspective and say, today this is how we're behaving, dealing with SMEs. Tomorrow, the year to come and 10 years to come, this is how we need to look at it. Muhammad Ali says, we normally say, ngibona impunzi cross umgwaqo, deer crossing the road. But he actually says, maybe let's change that mentality and say, it's actually the road which is crossing the forest. See that? Yeah, it's not just kuti mboni nyamazani cross, but it's actually the road crossing the forest. So it's a mindset shift. Let's shift our mindset, and then so that then when we deal with SMEs, we know we're dealing with people, we're dealing with private companies, which are not necessarily supposed to be private companies, but they are a public good. But we can only do that by changing our mindset. With the assistance of Mohamed Ali, I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so very much, sir. Really exciting. I'm very disappointed that I had to stand up as a signal to say the time is running out, because I was enjoying what you're talking about. But I must say, sir, that as you're speaking, I think it is onerous for us to, celebrate all the SMEs in here. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. Just listening to the list of challenges that we have to go through: lack of finance, markets, soft skills, idea generation, succession planning, lack of information, Lone Ranger, poor infrastructure, utilities, and the list goes on and on. Initially, I was feeling depressed. I began to get into this really celebratory mood to say, wow, it means the SMEs in this place are absolutely resilient. And so I thought to celebrate you. But I also like the other point you brought up. I'm going to start with the first one, which is I'm going to invite my CEO to actually stand. So please, may you stand. I'm going to say this in words that he did not say. But with that, I'm going to invite all our POSB executives who are in here to stand to your feet quickly so that everybody can see you. All POSB executives, please stand. Join my CEO, please stand. Sumkai, so we can see you, please. All POSB staff who are here. Some are still outside. But just to let you know, sir, as you were speaking, you said there's a phobia to approach bankers. Look how handsome and beautiful they are. There is absolutely no need to be afraid of us. Our doors, sir, our doors are open. And please look at them and look at them strong. Don't be afraid. Please come. In actual fact, as you can see, our blood is orange. It's nice. Let's give POSB a big round of applause. Thank you very much as you take your seats. Sir, just about the bank loan, I enjoyed that. I was really enjoying your speech. It's a pity you never asked the guest of honor questions. But, as the MC, you can highlight certain things. The invitation is, at some point for the guest of honor, you can find him, have a conversation with him. However, the next speakers who are coming up, you can ask those ones questions. But sir, just as a comment, I loved your idea about going to the bank loan and you're afraid of the way they are dressed. When I was growing up, by the way, I also went to the University of Zimbabwe. I'm in ARA 97. I won't ask what ARA you are. and what I was taught soon after university was, Tafatsko, if you ever need to go to the bank and get a loan, make sure that you dress in a manner, in a fashion that says, this money you are giving me, I'll be able to return it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super excited to let you know that as our guest of honor was speaking, I was reminded to go quickly back to our CEO's statement, which was to say, we are here to serve you. We have SME accounts and we can actually open them today. SME loans, we've talked about how you must dress up. POS machines, we are literally here. Our whole team is here to serve you. But I would like to now go straight into the rest of our program with another big round of applause to our guest of honor. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I see you're very passionate about what you were talking about. Our next speaker is going to speak to us in terms of local and foreign market identification. And they are going to be talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area market linkages. Would you help me welcome from Zimtrade, Mrs. J. Nyati, to come and give us, is there a change? Mrs. J. Nyati. Mrs. J. Nyati in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, ma'am.
Must be a very handsome Mrs. Nyati, right? I didn't know we could refer to women as handsome, but this is the handsome Mrs. Nyati. Okay, jokes aside, my name is Velile Dube, and I'm from Zimtrade. Mrs. Nyati is away and couldn't be with us, so I am standing in her stead. I'm told there's the tech team. They have my presentation. Do you have it? Okay. Sorry? Zimtrade. V Dube at Zimtrade. There's an email address I was given, Dima Kacha, I think. So if this was TV, this would be the point in time where the advert comes in and says, we apologize for the break in transmission. Our technicians are working flat out to restore normalcy. So just pretend there's something playing in the background and soon you'll see the screen coming back on with my presentation.
So while that is coming up as well,
Sure.
There's this thing about African free trade. Let me read it again. I had to Google it. Actually, to be honest, I had to chat GPT it.
Okay.
African continental free trade area. I mean, just the fact that that word is that long, or that phrase, it's scary.
Okay.
Demystify it for us, sir.
Basically, it's Africa coming together to form one market. In lay terms, this is where all African countries are saying, let's make trade amongst each other simple.
So basically, Africa is now listening to Julius Malema.
Yes,
All
in
right.
a nutshell, yes.
Okay.
So ideally what we're trying to do is to take away barriers to trade.
Right.
As we trade, you know, Malema, yes, to quote what you're saying, Malema has argued that we have borders and passports and all manner of things that need to be stamped for us to interact as Africa.
Wonderful.
Which is hindering us growing. I mean, look, we are a very sizable population. If you put us all together as Africa, we actually form the biggest free trade area if this thing fully takes shape. It's going to be the biggest. We already have EU, for instance. You know EU?
Right.
That's a free trade area. Amongst themselves, they can get in without passports. They use one currency or a common currency,
Right.
which allows them to trade easily between themselves, making them a united force that can be reckoned with. Now, as Africa, we're fragmented.
Right.
When we do not come together, we have people, the divide and rule concept. That's how we then find ourselves being able to give off our minerals at a song and buy back value-added products or goods from those who we sold our minerals to at a song.
I actually don't think you need your presentation, but here's another question, a quick one. So our guest of honor, Mr. Kamini, do you know him?
Yes, so yes.
So
very well.
I wanted to find out, as I know you were in when you was talking, how did you feel when, and I said feel, when you were saying the people from Masvingo are police people, us Manika people are hotelers. Where are you from, sir?
Loakwelo.
And what kind of people are you?
It's full of SDAs.
Now, I mean, it's one thing to talk about the Africa, free trade, but just a quick comment from your perspective as Zimbabweans, as we're seated in here. We've been brought together today by POSB. Again, let's give POSB a big round of applause. We are saying we're not about tribes, we're not about locations, we're not about regions, but it's about us simply working together because it's simply possible. How can we, and I love, sir, by the way, again, can I borrow your presentation? I think I can make money from your presentation. I like that Mr. Kamini put that presentation where he was speaking to our CEO and you were saying if all these farmers could come and there's this 1 cent, it kind of speaks to what you're talking about. What must we do as SMEs in this room to better work together? By the way, as you answer that, I've just knocked off 10 minutes of your time.
Wow, Coach, thanks. Collaboration. Collaboration is what we need to do. As Zimtrade already, we're trying to foster collaboration. Our CEO is very passionate about all parts of the country contributing to the export fiscus. If you notice, there were certain areas or belts within Zim that were largely contributing. I see Mrs. Kuture from Zimra, she could attest to that. So what we're trying to do is to break that and say, let's have people in Matabele and North, what is it that they are good at? What is it that comes easier to them and perhaps a little bit more difficult to somebody who's in Goromonzi, maybe for instance? We find out what that is. You spoke about honey. We're working on clusters. So as Zimtrade was saying, Mr. Dlamini on his own might have 20 hives, which to him is a lot, but for the export market, it's not. So if we take 200 Mr. Dlaminis with 20 hives each, they form a group that then has a substantial amount of honey that we can talk about for export. So to answer you, Coach, collaboration. Mr. Dlamini spoke about how in this region we have challenges with collaboration. I can attest to that. I can attest. I have a story maybe over tea that I could tell someone where I had a challenge, got a good market for beef in Angola. The prices were so attractive. At that time, the minimum he was offering was $14 per kg. Maximum was willing to go up to was 23. But of course, the quantities required were a little bit steep that Mr. Dlamini on his own would not manage. It required them to come together. Things fell apart. Let's just say I failed. I was not answering my phone for a while because that buyer in Angola was happy to say, I can pay even in advance, 6 months, so long I know I have a constant supply of beef. But Mr. Dlamini and Mr. Ngube and Mr. Dube to sit down and agree. You see, an export has got to go under one invoice. It can't have Dlamini, Dube, Ngube, Chuma, all in that invoice. We need to agree that we'll use Mr. Dlamini's account. Damn, man. Anyways, right. I think you've kind of helped me touch on exactly what I'm going to talk about. Thank you for that. We also managed time. My presentation was a little bit lengthy, but I'm going to try and cut it very short. Starting by talking about, this is my roadmap. We'll talk about Zimtrade, trade performance. Then I'll talk about export procedures, requirements, and market access, as well as introduce AFTA and its opportunities. I'm going to try and be very, very quick. Please do bear with me. Who's Zimtrade? There's this definition that's there. Allow me to simplify it. Zimtrade equals exports. So if anybody has a challenge reading that or understanding it, I like to use simple, Jesus used to tell what parables, and parables were earthly stories with heavenly meanings. I tell normal examples with export meanings. So Zimtrade equals exports. If Zimbabwe was, here's a parable, if Zimbabwe was a company, so Zimbabwe Private Limited, Zimtrade would be the sales and marketing department. Wow. Shall I go deeper? Go deeper. Go deeper. So that's us in a nutshell. Our mandate, energizing Zimbabwe's export growth, and our values were focused, bold, connected, and trusted. This is how we grow our exports as Zimtrade. There's market intelligence. We tell you what you need to know within the export arena, which will allow you to make what is known as an informed decision. So we give you the information of what's hot and what's not, how you can get a piece of the heat, at what price, and who's buying that heat. We assist you with that information. After that, we develop you. The idea of exports and actually exporting are two different things. Our role is to bridge that gap, to make sure that you are able to export as much as you've been excited by the information when we've told you about there's a market in China for rabbit fur vests where they are paying $5,000 for one vest. You're excited. Most of you have been growing rabbits to make biltong. Now imagine how much meat you need to make an export in rabbit meat, as opposed to the rabbit fur vests. In Dallas, Texas, you can fetch $5,000 for one vest. So we then develop you. After developing you, we promote you. We normally, I'm sure some of you have heard, Zimtrade is in this country or is in that country, or at a trade fair, trade show. That's export promotion, where we take you out there for you to be able to sell yourself. Last but not least is advocacy. Mrs. Kuture is familiar with us. We're always knocking on the doors of government departments or different state-owned entities that perhaps are giving challenges or posing challenges to our exporters. We encourage you as an exporter to come to Zimtrade. We then can package and lobby on your behalf collectively. This is a bit of our strategic direction. Allow me to skip that in the interest of time. We look at performance. Largely our exports are less than our imports. I think you did touch on it, that we are consumers more than we are producers. So every year, year on year, this darker green line indicates imports, and the shorter one is the exports. So as Zimtrade, we always have a deficit that we're trying to catch up on, because we just love foreign things. That's one thing I've seen about us as Zimbabweans. We need to fix that. This also speaks to our trade performance. Allow me to skip some of these. This presentation has already been shared, so you will have it on your emails. I'm assuming everybody has registered, so you can have access to that. Please allow me to skip some of these as I feel. So some of the documents that are required for one to export from Zimbabwe. Bill of entry form, which is lodged through the ASICUDA system. Zimra is very knowledgeable of that. Your exchange control CD1 forms, you're looking at your suppliers' invoices, your consignment notes, copies of export permits or licenses where applicable. So many people come to Zimtrade and say, I'm looking for an export permit or an export license. They think it's like a driver's license, that you get a driver's license, you're driving through and through. No. With exports, some products require a permit, some don't. And that permit is transactional. It will be for that consignment. So it doesn't mean that because I got a license or an export permit, I'm going to export everything going forward. No. You'd have to then find out the type of product it is and whether it requires a permit or a license. These are some of the restricted goods that ultimately require permit or licensing. For instance, if the good is within an agricultural and horticultural nature, you go to Ministry of Agriculture. If it's plants and plant products, you're going to Ministry of Agriculture again. Domestic animals, vet service. Wild animals and trophies, national parks. Restricted national monuments, national museums and monuments, like that. Allow me to move forward. Right, this is also when you're applying for the permit. I think, please allow me to skip this in the interest of time. I do not want to be that guy who holds you ransom over my presentation. Horticulture is one inquiry that we get a lot. So many people come to Zimtrade and say, I've got a little farm or I've got a little plot. I want to export A, B, C, D. So this is the reason I added this slide. So if there are any of you who are into horticultural produce, please just take your time to have a look at this. It will give you all the details of how to get that permit. Leather is another one. This region is big on leather. We had the bulk of the national herd this side, and it's one that, yes, it has taken a slump, but we do have orders and inquiries for leather from outside the country. These are Incoterms. I think this is more, yes, this is informational. It tells you, I know the one international commercial term that most of us are familiar with, or it doesn't even feature here, funny enough, COD. Everyone's always COD, cash on delivery. It's not even there on the Incoterms. These are terms that allow us to trade and tells you in terms of the risk and how much one bears when they are involved in trade, whether you're a buyer or a seller. Export risk, as you export, there's a likelihood or there's a possibility that you can find somebody who's unscrupulous, where you send your product and they don't pay. And you find that that was just with the internet these days, somebody can use AI to come up with a good website or a good online presence, which will fool you to send your product, and then payment doesn't come through. So there's a company called the Export Credit Guarantee Corporation of Zimbabwe, ECGC. They make sure that as you export, you can insure your export to ensure that if anything happens along the way, they can cover you. We'll talk to opportunities. Maybe I'll just touch quickly on some of the findings that we have come across as Zimtrade as we move around looking for markets. The first one, our products are sought after globally. Our products, ladies and gentlemen, are not bad. I think we've suffered too long as a country to the extent that we think we are not that good. No. We are. Our products are actually good. I just have one problem. At least I'm speaking to SMEs. There's something you spoke about, Mr. Dlamini, that speaks to one thing I'm very passionate about. branding, packaging. That's where our issue lies. Do I have anybody from Schweppes here? Anyone? Great, thank God. Right. So, quickly, ladies and gentlemen, if you think what I'm saying is a lie, picture these two products. You've never seen them. Let's imagine, right? You've never seen these two products. It's your very first time, right? On the left is Mazoe orange. On the right, Oros orange. Which one are you likely to pick? It's your first time. You're bumping into this in a supermarket in China, for instance, and there are these two products. Which one are you likely to pick? Oros. I like you guys. Yeah, you're honest. Why? Why would you pick Oros? Anybody who can give me a reason? The way it's packaged. Yes? Yes?
Besides, it sounds new.
Well, I was saying in this instance, you pretend you've never seen them. So even Mazoe is new to you. But I'll tell you why, quickly. Because of the packaging. The shape of the bottle. Oros has got curves. Mazoe is just straight. No pun intended, ladies and gentlemen.
I thought you said your SDA.
The graphics, the colors, there are so many things that go into it that make Oros look attractive. But if I asked you, after having it tasted, which one tastes better? Auntie, that's a no-brainer. But unfortunately, on the international scene, you don't have that luxury of saying, try me, taste me. Here at TM, there can be merchandisers who will give you an opportunity to taste whatever it is they're promoting. Internationally, you are bought by the way you look. So you've got to look good for you to be bought, in simple. So that, we've realized that our products are good content, but we lack on packaging. So SMEs, please, can we maybe work on a partnership, because we have a program we run as Zimtrade known as Marketing and Branding for International Competitiveness. It will be good for us to have a specific one just for your SMEs in Blair. Allow me to breeze quickly through. There's potential in honey. You spoke about honey. We've already got clusters around the country that we are working on to develop so that our honey can go. The issue with our honey not being able to enter the EU is because of what's known as third country listing. We have not yet been listed. So yes, some go to South Africa and others take it to Zambia. Opportunities in horticulture. There we have got your sweet potatoes, your peas. Allow me to skip. There, cannabis. This one is big, guys. It's big. Think about it. This is big. This is really big. It's growing big and people are becoming multimillionaires from that. Moringa, saffron, hibiscus, cinnamon. Let me go through. This is it, right? I actually put the picture, but if you see it on your presentation, this is the rabbit fur vest. This was in Dallas, Texas last year. Picture of the price tag, $5,300. Think about how many rabbits you need for that vest. Maybe about 4 or 5. But imagine you trying to sell meat. How many tons? How many thousands of those little things you've got to kill so that you can raise $5,000? I'm just saying, we've been majoring on the miners. Then there's in East and West Africa, there's what's known as ponmo, which is literally the sun-dried skins. So emakaya, when you throw away your skins, others make a delicacy out of it. I have a young gentleman who we've been working with at Zimtrade who bails these into a container and ships them to Nigeria. The demand is too much for him. He can't meet the demand. Duck fur. Some of the plush pillows that you get from your high-end boutiques are made from that. And we do have ducks here, don't we? Opportunities. This is food for thought. Trying to jog your thinking. We have services that we export. Services are something that I would call a low-hanging fruit. We lack in this because we think, I'm in Zimbabwe, what can I do? How can I compete with somebody in America? But in services, you can. because the service is inherent in you. It's not about where you are based. So that's an opportunity also for us. Okay, let me skip that. AFTA, we have SADC, we have AFTA, we have EU, we have COMESA. So these, to answer you on AFCFTA. AFCFTA is basically Africa coming together. Our population, EU's population, when put together, ladies and gentlemen, is 4.6 million. EU, 446 million.
We don't know that there is that kind of demand for rabbits. I mean, those things, they make babies. We don't know. Do you have on your website somewhere where we can go as SMEs and say, all right, I want to start a business. I want to diversify. Where is the demand for export? Can I contribute towards this particular sector? Which says, as Zimbabwe, our quota as far as rabbits are concerned is we need, for example, 20 tons per month. And all we are producing right now is 1 ton. So I will know, oh my gosh, that's a huge opportunity for us. I think if you start there, most of us in here will be happy.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Oh, by the way you were happy to skip, it wasn't your presentation. I saw that you were just like, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Go for it, sir.
So, firstly, I would encourage you to engage with Zimtrade. Why? I want to avoid a scenario where you publish such stats.
Right.
Everybody runs amok. Do you remember the period of, what is it called? Chuta. Yeah. Chuta. Yeah. Everyone was doing that, and others invested. Yeah, and they lost. So I encourage you to come through to us. Why? Because over and above the information we give, remember I said market information, then export development is part of that, is managing you. To say, there's a requirement. There's perhaps global gap certification. There's this that's required for you to enter that market. What I show you is the successful hotel who's made it. But you haven't seen...
Say that again, successful.
That was an example. We are seeing the finished product, but there's been work that's been done for us to get there. So I would encourage us to come through to Zimtrade. Our offices, we are there in Bulawayo, covering the southern region. There's an office in Mtare that covers the eastern region. Then there's one also at head office in Harare for the northern region. So I would strongly advise, before people get carried away, and we also avoid posting some of these opportunities that it's taken a lot to get there. And to get to that Dallas, Texas fair, for instance, you book 3-4 years in advance. We're actually trying as Zimtrade to get a slot on that Texas Safari Convention. We haven't got it for the past 4 years. So to get there, to get there is
Not that easy. So if I fear that if we publish that on our website, everybody goes around killing rabbits and making vests, and then they're like, where do I sell this?
Right.
And we have a problem.
All right. So I'm going to ask just for 2 questions, sir. Would you be kind to introduce yourself as you speak to Mr. Dube?
My name is Dave Luo. Thank you for a nice presentation, Mr. Dube.
Thank you, Dave.
As far back as 1984, I was one of the export managers for Apex Corporation.
Okay.
Bulawayo to Francistown is 180 kilometers. I don't know, Joburg to Bulawayo to Francistown is 180, and Joburg to Francistown, offhand I cannot tell how many kilometers it is. A customer who is in Francistown can order a product from Joburg overnight. Are you aware of that? But you can't do the same to order a product from Bulawayo to Francistown overnight. Do you know the reason?
Please school me.
Is the amount of paperwork which one needs to do to export a product to Francistown, which is 180 kilometers, like Bulawayo Gweru. We raised these concerns in 1984. I don't know where whether we were born then.
I think
let me finish. I think that's where we have a challenge. I think the CEO said we need to engage openly.
Yes.
And that's what I'm trying to do. Up to now, I don't know, 42 years
Later.
the system is still the same. So it's very nice to present all this. Us, we don't look at exports for that reason. Zimra, I don't know where Zimra officials are seated. To us, it's a no-go area. I hope, okay, Zimra, I want them to hear this. The majority of SMEs, Mapostori mainly, they produce and they smuggle goods to Botswana. It's not that they want to smuggle. It's because the paperwork
It's too much.
is too much. That's why you find companies like Traeger and others, they went and opened up in Botswana. So please look at, maybe you will win because we failed from 1984. Try and look at the paperwork. It's just
Too much.
It's just too much. Oh, you're aware of it?
No, I'm now aware. You know, back in 84,
First of all, answer how old you were.
Dave, that's what I'm getting to. I'm like, Dave, unfortunately, I never heard you in 84 because I was just 1 year old. But yeah, now I've heard you. I'm going to take it up. Thank you. I'm glad Zimra is in the house. They heard us. These are the issues that we want. Like I said, advocacy. One of our wings or one of our pillars is advocacy. We want them brought to us, and we consistently lobby. Thank you for that, Dave. Thank you.
I'll take one last question. And to just let Zimra know that we don't want a presentation, we want to ask you questions. Going once, right at the back.
Thank you. My name is Zimbotsa T. Right. My question is, when you started your presentation, you spoke about performance, and on the performance, you showed us that there's a lacking in the, is it in the exports, right? There are more imports than the exports. Right. I just want to know from you as Zimtrade, what have you done to help improve on that one? Because I think there are some engagements that you guys can use using your board or using your institution to make things easier so that we can fix some of these things. Because some of the reasons you find that, for instance, the imports are cheaper than the locally made things. The question is why? What can be done? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. If you look at that graph, or should I say that slide, take note, that's 2020, that's 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, 24. Like I said, the darker green is imports, the longer line on every year. And then the shorter line is exports. Take note the growth path. Every year, our exports are increasing. However, the imports are also increasing. So there are efforts that we're doing, like for instance, the cluster development program. That's one that was aimed at saying, let's have everyone in the country contributing to exports. That's something that's starting to yield some dividend. We also have Eagle's Nest. I don't know if there are any young people here, where we're trying as Zimtrade to target the young-owned businesses, to introduce the idea of exports to them so that they can also incorporate exports into their business model. We started Eagle's Nest in 2020, and we're now in the 5th year, and I'm sure it's contributing something towards that. There's a host of efforts that we're putting in place to improve our exports. Sorry? Yes, thank you. Next year exporter, that's for women, where we're saying we want women to also be a part of the export conversation. However, the appetite that we have as people sitting in here for imports keeps growing as much as we keep trying to grow the exports. So I agree with you. The one thing we need to interrogate perhaps is our production models to say, why is it that a locally produced product is cheaper? I once asked this question at a CZI function back in the day where I said, at that time, anybody remember the drink Twiza? Twiza was coming at that time from the Eastern Cape, which is an odd 800 to 900 k's from Joburg. That is a good, I don't know how many, 1,000 k's from Blawayo. They were landing a drink, 2 liters here at 86 cents at Green Supermarket. And yet, Delta, that was in Belmont, was making 2 liters at $2.25. I asked and I said, how make it make sense? And they'll tell you about cost of labor and so on, all manner of red tape and paperwork and so forth. But we need to, as the SMEs, interrogate our production processes to see, can we not also try? Maybe we might not match it, but let's try and reduce our costs so that we're competitive. I can see coaches behind me. He now wants me to step aside.
Well, before you step aside, you use the term INCO terms. What is that?
International commercial terms.
Oh, yeah, all right. Just demystify it for us.
These are the terms that are used when you're trading internationally. So, like I gave an example, COD. People like to use that, cash on delivery. Then there's FOB. I know most of us have bought cars in Japan, right? And it says 3,000 FOB, free on board. That means up to a certain, it gives us the liability of the buyer or the seller in as far as how much risk and responsibility one has. Let me just try and quickly, yeah. So for instance, X-Works, let's look at the first one, the top one. X-Works means the seller says, Zwana, come and take it from my shop. Me, I've produced it and I've put it right here at the shop, come pick it up. If you look at the buyer, it's green all the way. He goes and picks it up right there. The next one, free carrier. It's moving to say, I'll move it to maybe from my factory to a warehouse. So a truck will carry it to a warehouse and you go pick it up. Free alongside ship, this is taken right through to the ship. Then you pick it up from the ship onto the ship. The rest of the responsibility is yours. So this will kind of help you. I don't know, Coach.
Fantastic. Yeah. And we will share your presentation. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. You've been awesome. I formally call you Mr. Dube now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, isn't this exciting? Now I am going to have the honor of bringing in to talk about demystifying licenses and registration processes for SMEs in our city council. I can imagine the questions that are going to come. May I please invite Mr. Stolle to please come. Sir, I talked about your suit. Now let's talk licensing. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Salubonani. Linjani. My name is Shelton Mtunzi Stolle. I am from the city of Bulawayo under the town planning department. Coming after Uvelile and Unketa is always a mammoth task, but probably may I hasten to say, MC, I want to understand that this is not a residents association meeting. Neither is it a budget review meeting. Because we usually dress differently when we are going for those meetings. And we put on our techies lest there is need to fly. Thank you so much. I am here to demystify licenses and registration procedures. Those are the council departments that we have. We have 9 so far. I am not going to waste any time in trying to talk about each and every one, but I think you can see that each of these has a role to play in the MSME sector. Of course, today I'm going to be biased towards the town planning, the financial services, and the town clerks and chamber secretaries departments. And then under the town planning department, I want to talk about the 2 branches that are there. That is the spatial planning branch and then the valuations estates and MSMEs branch. So ladies and gentlemen, and the CEO, we pride ourselves as the city of Bulawayo, as always, we're always the first. We're the first to have the town planning department, and we are the first city to have an MSME section in the country, and we pride ourselves in that, and it falls under the town planning branch. And then the key sections that are there under that town planning branch, there's the development control, where we say this is illegal, this is legal. We've got the forward planning, where we prepare these master plans and local plans. We have the spatial planning, we've got the survey session, valuations, MSMEs, and then the estates section. Probably before I get into the gist of the matter, I am going to be talking about the master plans and local plans for a specific reason. As the city of Bulawayo, we have the master plan for the city of Bulawayo, and under that master plan, there are different local development plans. And the master plan is a broad term policy statement which assigns the zones to the land, that is land use zoning. And then the local development plans will be the most detailed. For example, as you can see in the picture there, that is our master plan for the city of Bulawayo. Those of us that are familiar with those colors, what you see in yellow is your residential areas, what you see in blue is your commercial areas, in purple is your industrial, and so forth and so on. You've got your public buildings or institutional in red. So as a city, we zone the city. And then under that master plan, there comes different local development plans. I've just highlighted just one. This is the Sebabs Kumalo Parklands local development plan for the city of Bulawayo. And again, what you see in blue will be your commercial activities. What you see in green will be your recreational activities or recreational zones. In red, institutional. And then what you see in orange, those will be your hotels and so forth and so on. So I had to talk about this for a purpose. We, as a city, we zone the land. And then when we zone the land, there are uses that our SMEs would apply for. And some of these uses in some of these zones will be freely permitted. Freely permitted. In some of these zones, these uses will be prohibited. In some of these areas, you would need what we call special consent from council. So you may be required to seek for permission from council. If you win your case, then it may be approved. So it's not everything that is allowed to be everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to start from there. And then for the purposes of, this is done, CEO and colleagues, for the purposes of order, for the purposes of safety, for the purposes of aesthetics, for the purposes of convenience as well. So before we get into the importance of licensing, so we're not going to be licensing everything everywhere. But it has to fall under the planning, the zones that I've just spoken about. So now to the gist of today's presentation, I think we all agree that it's important for one to be licensed or to be registered for the purposes of legal protection, funding access, like POSB is here today, business growth and some incentives that come with it. I don't know if we have any as the local authority, but in a very in a normal situation, we need to have such incentives. So for licenses and registrations, for any new development, a permit or a license is required from a local planning authority, and the local planning authority for the city of Bulawayo is the Bulawayo City Council. So it's essential for one to ensure that you are compliant not only to the urban planning guidelines, but also to the guidelines that are from the different stakeholders that we have today. So to operate any business or entity within Bulawayo, it is mandatory to obtain either a specific permit or license tailored to the nature of the operation that one wants to embark on. I spoke of land zoning, and now I want to talk about it together with the licensing processes. So if you your intended use aligns with this area zoning, you may proceed to the chamber secretary or the health services department to acquire your license. But and then of course the second step there will be for you to give us your what we call a sketch plan, what sort of sketch your business is going to operate. Show us in a sketch the entrances, the ablution facilities, and so forth and so on. But if your zone falls outside, or if your use falls outside that particular what is permitted or what is freely permitted, then you have to go through what we call the special consent way. And in the special consent, MC, allow me to take my laptop. I've got challenges with the, yeah. So if you are going to apply via the special consent, then you have to apply through the town planning department, and then the town planning department is going to say, what use do you want? Whether it's a shop, whether it's a factory shop, the town planning is then going to require one to then send through what we call an application, and then that application is then going to be taken through. Statutorily, the application takes about 3 months. And MC, today I'm going to be talking about statutory issues. I know some of them, they take time. I know that some of them will, yes. But unfortunately, there's nothing we can do in this meeting to change, because it's statutorily. There are some acts and so forth. I understand some of those processes are too tedious, they are too long, the costs are just too much, but unfortunately in this meeting, there's nothing we can do, but we will then have these other platforms. So I was saying, once you apply via the special consent way, you are then going to be acknowledged. Your application is then going to, I am Stole, I want to do a restaurant, because a restaurant, it will involve some food process or some food issues. Anything that's got to do with food, it has to go via special consent. And then once you apply, we have to respond to you within 2 weeks. And then once we do that, you have to put on public notice for a month. Statutorily, that's how it is. In the newspaper, the Chronicle or the Sunday News, to say, I want to put a restaurant at Cornat and Robert Mugabe, or First and Robert Mugabe. And then we wait for objections from the public. We wait for objections from the public to say, your neighbors, of course, you would have given them each a copy of what you want to do, what you envisage to do. and then together with that public notice that is within the chronicle or any issue that is circulating within the city of Bulawayo. And then if you succeed, if there are no objections, we take that application of yours to a subcommittee of council, that is the Townlands and Planning Committee, which will sit in the third week of the month, and then they deliberate on your application, and if it succeeds, it then goes to full council, and then you are then issued with what is called a development permit. This is not yet a license, but this is a permit to say we are going to be having a restaurant by such a place. And then once you are done with that development permit, you start the process. Now it's like your use that you have applied for is now freely permitted. Then you go back to the chamber secretary and the health department. I know this is very, but I'm trying to simplify as much as possible. And then you are given your shop license. But please take note of the permit that I've spoken about. And then the process of applying for a shop license, yes, so that we go together. You have to go through a process for one to get that license. But I've chosen the retailer requirements, and you would agree that there are different requirements, there are different shops, there are different MSMEs, but I'm just going to talk about two or so today. The procedure there is that one has to, there are two types of licenses. There is the temporary license, then there is the full license. So before you acquire the full license, you may get what is called, you may be granted for 3 months a temporary license. So whilst you are processing your full license, because we know our ZIMRA guys will be coming, our ZRP license and inspectorate will be coming to say, where is your license? Now that you are starting to operate. So there is that provision for you to get the temporary license. Then the full license is valid for a year, and it requires one to renew annually. This is done to ensure long-term operational compliance. And of course, there are submission times there when one wants to submit. I thought that was going to be important. Then someone spoke of God-fearing churches. So here I'm not, my intention was not to argue about the charges, but was to say we offer different charges as per the square meterage that you cover. And again, when you do it for a temporary and for a shop, for a full license, please, when you capture these charges, I did not say these are the current. So when you capture this, don't share them and say, look what the city of Bulawayo is doing. I am just sharing these, and these would change, MC, based on the budget year and the reviews that we go through. So again, we have the charges for the full shop license, and then once again, you can see that they range from 30 square meters up to as high as an acre in terms of the square meters. So before I move to the other license or registration that I spoke about, which this one mainly would cover the SMEs. CEO, in the city of Bulawayo, we have a section called the MSMEs. So the M standing for the micro. And here I was talking about the small, the medium enterprises. So these are your shops, these are people who would occupy in shops, these are people who would occupy in industry, what we call the factory shops. But there is that person, the micro one, who would occupy in the street, within our streets, within our designated spaces, what we call a worker and a vendor. So with workers and vendors again, we have what we call licenses for those. So the pay allocation for council for the workers and vendors is guided by SI 181 of 2020, which is the workers and vendors bylaw for the city of Bulawayo. And any person, according to that bylaw, any person operating a worker or a vendor business must hold a valid license or be employed by a licensed entity. And there is need for that person, if they handle foodstuff, they need to have a medical certificate to ensure that there is public health safety. And these are renewed annually to maintain a compliance. And then the application process, one has to submit their application form. There is what we call second schedule form, and then ensure that you fill all the details that are required. What you need there, we need your 2 recent passport photo size, your valid medical health, like I've spoken, if you are going to be selling food. If there is no food, there is no need for that medical safety of health. Then all applications are then meticulously reviewed for completeness and compliance with city regulations. Then incomplete submissions may lead to processing delays or failure for one to obtain that pay. And then if you are to apply for that pay or that stall within a flea market or within that designated area, you apply to the designated officer, in this case, the principal MSME's officer in the city of Bulawayo. And then once you have done this, this initiates your application process. And then if you succeed, you pay your fees. After you have been allocated your pay, you are then issued with a license, and then you pay your annual fees, or you pay your annual license fee, and then your monthly rentals. But these licenses, you cannot transfer it and say, I am Sitole, therefore I have now put to Dlamini, can Dlamini use my license? Though we do not allow for such. And then, again, there are the God-fearing prizes, the CEO. For one to operate in the city of Bulawayo, they pay an annual fee of $23. That is our license fee. And then if they are in the central business district, so we have a designated area where we say this is where our CPT ends. And then for the suburban sites, those they pay $11.50. If you are a trader in Kulumane, if you are a trader in Makokoba, if you are a trader somewhere, you don't pay $23, but you pay $11.50. And then your monthly rental will be your $11.50 if you are in the CPT. And then your suburban will be $5.75. But you see people, CEO, choosing to go and trade in illegal sites, undesignated points. And he and Keta will agree, this is where one then pays $1 per day protection fee from the space barons. And if you calculate $1 per day just for one entity, there are others that would come also and demand $1, another $1. Then you have your site management fees. At the end of the day, that trader is paying $4 or $5 per day. But if we say as City Council, for you to operate in a designated space, you only have to pay $23 as your license and just $11.50 as your monthly rental. And then, of course, as I move towards my conclusion, again, CEO and colleagues, we specialize, actually we talk more on the issues to do with medical certificates or health requirement. This is where the cities are lost. This is where we lose the resilience of the city when it comes to a pandemic or when it comes to any shock that is a disease that may strike a local authority. Where we say you need to go under a review of a medical health personnel so that we know, are you fit to handle foodstuff, so that we don't transfer these communicable diseases and so forth and so on. So we only not do it for compliance sake, but we also do it to protect the city. And you know that those cities that have a lot of undesignated or illegal MSMEs, you know that when a disease strike, that's where you'd find that so and so city has so many cholera cases, but if you come to Bulawayo, you have fewer cases. And if you go to any local authority that would make sure that they are compliant to this, you have fewer cases of these diseases. The purpose is mainly to ensure that the cities are resilient against this. And then, of course, these inspectors, they inspect our environmental health technicians, they inspect food carts, they inspect your stores, they check where you store your food, they check how you store your clothing, and so forth and so on. They verify the sanitary conditions, the fire safety mechanisms. I think our MSMEs, you would agree, in Harare and Bulawayo, we have been struck by a lot of fire issues, and they ensure that all these MSMEs adhere to the bylaws to ensure that there is public safety. And we always say no person is allowed to hinder or obstruct these environmental health officers, not because of any other reason, but to make sure that the public is safe. And then, as I conclude, like I've said, these EHOs, we value them so much as local authorities because these are the people that ensure that they do what we call development control, to ensure that within those spaces there is no illegality. Nowadays there are people who sleep where they trade from. They bath from there, they do everything from there. And me and you would come and buy those foodstuffs. And we try, as the local authority, to ensure that we don't have such. So, ladies and gentlemen, the discussion around licensing and permit can never be taken out of context. We would have to say, what is it that you are applying for? And then we respond. Mine today was just to try and demystify the processes. I want to thank you, Nyabonga Kakhulu.
Thank you so very much, sir. I'm just going to get 2 questions, and just to let you know that you said in conclusion 3 times, and you said pay 7 times. Pay. All right, there's a question right at the back. Please introduce yourself.
Thanks very much. My name is Nikki Moyo. I'm just curious, after seeing all these levies and permit fees, each time we go into the townships, we see a lot of activity around these clusters, whether it's bottle stores, shops, food outlets. But I've noticed the toilets, they don't work at all, and people just relieve themselves all over the place. Who maintains those toilets? And whose responsibility, given that these people already pay permits, levies, whatever rates? Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I thought
you're right. Let's have the second one. You see, he's basically saying he's smart to remember the question, or maybe he wants to think about the answer.
Good morning. My name is McDonald Siriza. Right. Mine is a question that relates to the illegal vending. That isn't there a way that is actually more deterrent, maybe more like exorbitant fines, such that people actually do not engage in such, because it's actually killing the formal businesses or the businesses that actually pay that pay tax, that also pay the city council, that pays everything. I'm sure if you go to shops like OK, TM and the likes, there's actually less and less activity. And this is actually not good for the economy and everyone else who's here. Actually, I think even the banks themselves, these street vendors that are actually not registered, they do not contribute to anything. So isn't there a way where we can actually maintain order, maybe by hefty fines and the likes? I'm not so sure if...
Thank you. Yeah. So starting with the first question, so it depends if it's a public toilet or ablution facility within the townships that you're talking about. Honestly, we cannot talk about it out of context. Some, as you might know, in the city of Bulawayo are leased to private players. Some are still being maintained by the city of Bulawayo, and some, the private player or the actual person who is operating that business is in charge of making sure that the ablution facility is maintained. So it will then depend on where exactly we're talking about. But those are the three types of management setups or maintenance setups that we have. And then coming to the question that came earlier on. One thing that you have to know is that, like I said, most of these issues are statutory. Even the fines themselves. As a local authority, we cannot go beyond what is stipulated through the licensing, through these other acts that come. But what we can do, my brother, is to ensure that there is that continuous enforcement. But now you know, me and you know that it probably is my first time coming into a meeting where people talk about illegal vending and say, let's deal with it. In most cases, people will be shouting and saying, Oma Kokoba, they are actually disturbing a business. So this is where Oma Kokoba come in. The Makokobas that you see in our streets, they try to ensure that within an undesignated site, no trader, like in front of shops, we do not designate spaces in front of shops. We designate, and those designated spaces, they are public. We tell you that this site, your city hall site, it's public, it's a designated space. Your Highlander site is a designated space. Your next to Kotini is designated. Anything beyond that, even those that I've not mentioned, it's illegal. And then our Makokobas will then come to enforce. But the challenge, you know, that we have issues to do with the budgetary constraints as a local authority as well. Imagine that truck going up and down. And again, the arresting powers, the municipal police do not have the arresting powers. When we pick you, we take you to ZRP. And whatever happens with you at ZRP, it's no longer our business. So there are those challenges that we have, but I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much. So let's give you a big round of applause. We are so grateful for your demystification of licenses, even though you kept saying pay, 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 pay. With that, ladies and gentlemen, would you please bow your heads as you join me in prayer? And sir, you're wearing a cap. I would like to invite you to remove your cap as I pray. Shall we pray? God bless our food. Amen. All right. This is what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go for tea at exactly 20 past. We will be back here and Patience is going to pick it up. I think we're having a really good time. This seminar is amazing. Very engaging. The speakers have been phenomenal. Let's give them a big round of applause. And for that reason, we're going to go out, and to our left, we've got our team who are going to direct you. Please grab your food. Come, let's consume it in here, and hopefully just meet somebody you've never met before. God bless you. We'll be coming back and starting in 20 minutes. Thank you. Can you imagine? That's when Dumi was born.
Guess some things I'll never know. I guess some things I'll never know. I'm running out of avenues, 'cause every road leads back to you. When memories fade, where do they go? I guess some things I'll never know. I can fool my senses for a little while, but some things are too hard to reconcile. Oh, when I look into your eyes, there's no answers I can find. It's a feeling that I've never known. But when I'm wide awake tonight, running circles in my mind, there's an answer I can't find. When did your heart let me go? Guess some things I'll never know. I guess some things I'll never know. Did I turn over every stone? Am I still there when your eyes close? When did your heart let me go? I guess some things I'll never know.
Let your music taste shine with Premium. Host a jam with your friends and share your favorite songs with the entire squad, without ad breaks. You can also play your favorite albums in any order with unlimited skips and repeats. Tap the banner to learn more. God went crazy when he painted you. Ain't seen nothing like this before. Took a little extra time on you before he let you walk out the door. You got that smile, babe. You got that Southern Mona Lisa, drive me wild, babe. I give it all up just to keep you by my side, babe. I knew it from the jump. Fit right in my arms like you the one. Yeah, I'm made for you. I prayed for you. There's a light in your eyes, every color in the sky. Don't come close to you. Yeah, I'm made for you. I prayed for you. Swear that God went crazy when he painted you. When he gave me you, must have done something good in another life. Yeah. 50 shades with them baby blues, so immaculately designed. You got that that to the Mona Lisa, drive me wild, babe. I get it all just to keep you by my side, babe. I knew it from the jump. Fit right in my arms like you the one. Yeah, I made for you. I pray for you. There's a light in your eyes, all the colors in the sky. Don't come close to you. Yeah, I made for you. I pray for you. Swear to God, we ain't crazy when he painted you. dark, in this final hour, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. No, you won't, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't. And you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in this final hour, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. Learning how to live when there's no one around. It's like learning how to feel when the drugs run out. You can see my scars 'cause I'm wearing them proud. Even with my broken parts, I feel better now. If I could crawl in the mind and give any advice to my younger self, find something you can hold on to. Find someone who'll be there for you. 'Cause that's all that really matters in the end. Find somewhere you can come home to. Find someone that'll die for you. 'Cause it's all that really matters in the end. Love, love, Cause it's all that really matters in the end. Cause it's all that really matters in the end. It's hard to tell the truth when you lie to yourself. Always give too much of you to someone else. I'm talking to you now like we're old friends. It'll never be too late to start again. Find something you can hold on to. Find someone who'll be there for you. 'Cause that's all that really matters in the end. Find somewhere you can come home to. Find someone that'll die for you. 'Cause it's all that really matters in the end. Love, love,
Check 1, 2. Welcome back, everybody. I think for those who are outside, once they hear my voice, we had invited them to come back. Maybe just clap hands for your MC, then they know we're starting. There we go. All right. And once again, thank you so very much. For those who had access to our program, just to let you know that I am the program. And as the changes come, you please don't be surprised. But I'm super excited that now we can get a chance to talk to Mrs. Couture. And she was being referred to throughout a few of the presentations. I suspect that her presentation is going to be quite electrifying because she's talking about customs duty, domestic tax returns. The part I like the most is incentives available to SMEs. Let's give a big round of applause from our Zimra official as she comes. Gatombere Maoko.
Refer to it here.
Oh, it's not flat enough. There we go. Oh no.
Nah, I won't need it anyway.
You won't need it. Or if you put it here and you
I'll
can...
refer to it when, if this one comes down, because I already have my...
Okay, because we could just do this.
Okay.
And then you can probably see from there for reference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so take that forward, back.
No, okay.
Would you like?
Yes, please, thank you. Salvonani. Good morning. Mavuyani. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. My name is Makosaza Nakuture. I'm with my colleague Xolisi Lezililo, commonly known as XP, in case you cannot pronounce Xolisile, XP. If you go anywhere in Zimbabwe, anywhere in Zimra, and ask for XP, they will tell you she's in Bulawayo. That's my co-presenter. Thank you very much. I suppose Zimra is the most popular stakeholder in the room. But I want to assure you that if that is not the case, by the end of our presentation, you'll definitely agree with me. The reason is we like sharing information. It's unfortunate that people just bypass us, even when we are at exhibitions. When there's a Zimra stall, people will change direction. But you see, wherever you see us, please know that we like to share information because you are all our business partners. Otherwise, without you, there would be no Zimra. And we recognize that. Zimra is a sorry, I was born before computers. You'll forgive me. Yeah. Zimra is a quasi-government organization, I hope you all know, which is run by a board which reports to the Ministry of Finance. So we are part of the Ministry of Finance. And our main mandate is to collect revenue for the government, as well as to facilitate trade and travel. I'm from the Customs and Excise Division of Zimra, and we deal mainly with imports and exports. We facilitate trade. Unfortunately, I think there might have been a breakdown of communication somehow because our colleagues from domestic taxes are not here. They are the ones who talk about income tax, pay as you earn, and the like. Those are the ones who are qualified to lead or to give information on taxes to SMEs. So just in short, just to give you a clue of what they are about. They collect taxes. And taxes, especially income tax, company tax in Zimbabwe, is a component of your net profit. So when we talk about net profit, we are saying there is income and there are expenses. And that means record keeping for SMEs, please. SMEs, record keeping is very important. You find that as we go through our audits, you find that people are very, they are very strict about keeping information on their income, but they throw expenses away. Someone will fuel their car for business and not ask for a receipt, and they will throw it away. But that is your expense. When we come to you, you will show us religiously all your income statements. You have everything about income. Izolo ngenzi $20, lamhla sengenzi $5. What at the end of the month I've made $100. But where are your expenses? The expenses that led to the generation of this income that you are talking about. So generally, briefly, for domestic taxes, that's what I will say, to encourage you, all SMEs, to please keep all your records religiously, both income and expenses, and that is where people lose it. That's why people end up saying tax is too high, because they cannot compute or submit evidence of their expenses. So that was domestic taxes in brief, just to give you a brief in their absentia. Right, we are about imports and exports. And before we go into what POSB requested, we also like to update people on what is happening. Currently, in terms of exchange control laws, individuals are allowed to depart from Zimbabwe with a maximum of $2,000 in cash, up to, not only $2,000. I'm saying if you have $10 or any amount of cash that is $2,000 or less, that is what is allowed. Previously, we were allowed $10,000, up to $10,000, but now it has gone down to $2,000. We are talking about cash, the real banknotes. That is what is allowed. The rest of the money can be in the form of credit cards or any other types of money, but when it comes to cash, $2,000 maximum, or an equivalent of that in any other currency. And for Zimbabwean currency, if you want to take your Zig cash with you, if you have, you are allowed an equivalent of $1,000 maximum at the prevailing interbank rate on the date of traveling. And I want to add that there is no limit on the amount of cash that you can import into Zimbabwe, even if we see trunks and trunks at the border. You are welcome to bring that money when you pass through the border. What you do with it afterwards is no longer Zimbra business, but when you come in, please don't hide from us. Don't say, they are going to take it. No, we don't. When you are coming into Zimbabwe, we welcome money into Zimbabwe, but we limit what you can export from Zimbabwe. Now we want to talk about imports. And I want to stress this, that is written on the slide. The type of clearance depends on who the importer is. For example, goods for personal use are treated differently from goods for commercial use. Who are you, and what are you bringing into Zimbabwe? And what are you going to use what you are importing into Zimbabwe? If it's for personal use, it's okay. If it is for commercial use, or is you are a company that is importing, or you are importing for resale, that's a different story. So the type of clearance that we afford on goods for personal use is different on the clearance that we do on goods or for non-personal use. And this is regardless of whether you have, those goods were donated to you, you picked them from a rubbish dump, because that is also very common, or you bought them, or you got them as a gift, that doesn't matter. And then we will talk about goods for personal use. I know that here we are talking business, but it's necessary for us to update you, especially SMEs, because we have discovered that at times it's difficult for people to distinguish between personal goods and business goods. So it's necessary for us to explain what we mean by imports for personal use. Right, goods that are imported by travelers in their baggage or on the same means of transport are subject to a rebate of up to $200 once in a month, on the traveler's first trip into Zimbabwe. So the first time you travel in a month, you traveled on the 1st of July, you went to Botswana, you came back with nothing, you come back again, you travel back, you come back again today. What matters is you have already utilized your rebate for the month, up to $200. There are conditions. One condition is that the goods are for personal use, for domestic use. They are not for commercial use. They are not for resale. We will not find them on your flea market stall. We won't find them on the street, on the vendors, whatever. And the traveler is not on duty as a crew member. I know that many people, especially SMEs, like to send bus drivers and other crew members to bring their goods. When a driver is driving a bus on duty, they don't have a rebate at all. Your goods should pay full duty. So when you give them imali yokuthenga, also give them the money for duty. Whatever the bus crew brings in is duty in full. They have no rebate. I think you have seen us following buses. I'm sure. And then the goods should be properly declared. And I want to add something, that if you do give your a bus driver imali to buy goods for you, make sure those goods are cleared before they arrive at the border. We are going to expand on that. There are also goods that are consigned. They are not accompanied. These goods may be coming by post, by DHL, by FedEx. They have been sent from outside Zimbabwe. You are going to receive them here. If those goods are a personal gift which is unsolicited, then there is a rebate of up to $75. So on the value of $75, there is no duty. But should the value of the item exceed $75, then duty will be payable on the excess amount. And this, ladies and gentlemen, excludes your online purchases. You know, they are very common these days. The post office is very busy with that. So whenever you order something from outside the country, there are ways in which we can actually distinguish. The parcel will be showing that this is an online order. We charge duty on that. And when we charge duty on the postage as well, on the carrier charge up to Zimbabwe. So we will say the price plus the transportation charges, we add that up, that becomes our value for duty purposes, and then we charge the duty. That's why there's that statement there which says otherwise the full duty is payable if it's not an unsolicited gift, free gift. Right, now we go on to commercial importations. Commercial goods and imports not for personal use are to be entered in terms of Section 18 of the Customs and Excise General Regulations. What it means is when you are importing goods for business use, you have to pay duty. There is a way of clearing those goods. We get our rates from what we call a tariff handbook, a big book, which for now is governed by SI 203 of 2022. That is where we get our rates. It's a statutory instrument, as you can see. But what you need to do now as the importer is that you need to engage a clearing agent. Our clearance system is electronic, and it uses many codes. And for you to know those codes, because there are different kinds of codes, you have to undergo training. So we have said people are busy with their core business. Not everybody can stop what they are doing to go and learn customs issues. So as a result, you find that ZIMRA registers clearing agent. They are registered and licensed clearing agent who renew their licenses every year, and they are monitored for good behavior. So if you engage a clearing agent and they misbehave and you come to ZIMRA, deregistration might come depending on the case and how it is finalized. So as importers, business importers, please reach out to a clearing agent that you can work with so that whenever you want to import, they register your clearance bills of entry for you. And please note, all imports by road should be cleared before they get to the border. That is very important. That's why I said, if you give umalaicha or a runner or a bus driver imali to buy things for you, you don't delegate. You have like delegated, but you don't abscond. In that case, what you need to do is, as soon as they've finished buying that site, they send you the invoices, this site, by email. And then you give those documents to your clearing agent. They register the entry and do all the clearance, so that by the time umalaicha or the bus gets to the border, the clearing agent is ready with your documents. And all that is required now is for ZIMRA to just confirm that that declaration refers to these goods and it's correct, and then they release. That is what is required. That is also meant to facilitate trade, to make sure clearances are fast. When you see people waiting at the border and those consignments that are said to be stuck at the border for days, it will be because they have not done this pre-clearance. And once your goods are cleared, they've been delivered to your premises, please make sure you have all documentation. If you are using a runner who does all the clearance, when they get here, they deliver the goods to you, they may invoice you if they don't want you, if it depends on your private agreement. Uguti, did you give the runner the money to buy the goods, or they are buying and delivering to you COD? If they are delivering to you COD, it means the assumption is they have done all the clearances. You are not part of that problem. They have delivered to you. They give you an invoice. And when they give you an invoice, make sure it has all their details. They can be tracked. 1. 2, if you have given them the money to buy and you are responsible for clearing, please also make sure that they hand over all the clearance, or the clearing agent gives you the clearance details. You will see why. It's because, as per the Customs and Excise Act, you are supposed to keep your documents for a minimum of 6 years. This is very, very important. This is because of this slide. Earlier in the year, there's this statutory instrument 7 of 2025, which was enacted, and the topic speaks for itself. If any business is found to be having all these goods here that are listed there, they have to produce clearance documents. We come to you, we say, how did you import these goods? You give us documents. If you bought from a runner, have the runner's details. Because if you don't have, we will deem them to have been smuggled. If you have no documents, it's up to you to prove, not for ZIMRA. That's one mistake that people make. People think that ZIMRA is the one that has to prove. No, it's you, the owner of the goods, who has to prove how the goods got into Zimbabwe. I'm sure this is very clear. And then as SMEs, I know we are businesses, and you may not know that there are duty concessions which are statutory. These are legislated, and these become your rights. Once something is legislated, it becomes your right. There is what we call a rebate of duty on goods imported by organizations involved in charitable work. These are organizations that are registered with the Ministry of Social Welfare. They actually hold certificates of registration, and these organizations can import donated or donations into the country without paying duty. Rebate means you are not paying anything. All you need to do is get all your documents, apply to ZIMRA for a rebate letter so that your goods can then be cleared without paying duty. But in this case, you also have to involve a clearing agent to lodge the papers for you. The only exceptions for those goods are used motor vehicles are not allowed under that rebate. New clothes, new shoes, new bed linen, and then some foodstuffs are also not allowed under that rebate. That is for organizations involved in charitable work. And then there's a rebate of duty on goods used in special economic zones, those that are registered with ZETA. Once you register with ZETA, then you reach out to ZIMRA and we tell you what you can import and what you cannot import under that rebate. And then there are various manufacturers' rebates for raw materials. Manufacturers can import goods, raw materials for their industries without paying duty. This is also legislated. There are different ones. There's the clothing manufacturers' rebate, which enables clothing manufacturers to import fabrics, patterns, and other raw materials without paying duty. They actually import without paying duty, and the only condition is that they are going to use them for what? For manufacturing. They will not resell or dispose of the raw materials that they have imported under rebate, but the manufacturer will use the raw material in their manufacturing. That is the only condition that is there. If we inspect, because we do conduct inspections, if we inspect and find that everything is okay and you are using the raw materials, the rebated raw materials for manufacturing, then it's all right. But if you misbehave, then we deregister you. There's the shoe manufacturers rebate, leather manufacturers rebate, pharmaceutical manufacturers rebate. There are various, I think there are more than 10. You would have to come to us and then we will tell you whether your industry is involved. But these are sector specific. And what is important is associations. Like, for example, I'm more familiar with the clothing manufacturers. They have a clothing manufacturers rebate. So if you are into making garments, what you do is you reach out to them, become a member, and then tell them what you would want to be included in that statutory instrument, and it is amended and included in case your own raw material does not appear on the SI. And then there's a rebate of duty on goods for approved projects. Those are government approved, like for road construction and the like, for those who are into, what do you call it, roadworks and the like. There's a rebate of duty on such approved projects. There are various rebates on goods imported by local authorities. Local authorities also have their own specifics, like when they import ambulances, when they import their refuse trucks and the like. They have a rebate, and then a rebate of duty on goods for the mining industry, mainly chemicals. Chemicals for purifying or for extracting minerals. Those are also covered. They have a special rebate. And then there is, you please take note of the change of term. I was talking about a rebate. A rebate means you are not paying anything. There's no customs duty, there's no VAT, there's no SETEX. But now we are talking about a suspension of duty. Suspension, we are saying customs duty is suspended, but you pay VAT. So these are the other concessions. The suspension of duty on goods imported by tourism and safari operators, lodge operators, hotel operators, safari operators, those are the ones covered here. All they need to do is apply to the Ministry of Tourism for whatever they want to import. Once they are approved, the Minister of Tourism then forwards to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance approves, and then it comes to ZIMRA, and we implement the suspension. And you import, pay VAT only, which in any case you are going to claim again as an input tax if you are registered under VAT. Then there's suspension of duty on specified goods for use solely and exclusively for specific mining development operations. You have a mine. As a miner, you now want to develop your mine, you want to expand, you want to, is it called refurbishing or whatever, you want to do your mine, you register with the Ministry of Mines, you get that certificate. And when you import the capital equipment related to that expansion, we then grant you a suspension of duty on the capital equipment. And then again, the government went further to say all capital equipment is customs duty free. It comes into the country at 0%. What I mean is this. When you import as customs, we collect customs duty, we collect SETEX, we collect VAT, and at times presumptive tax. But when you are importing capital equipment, the customs duty is done away with. It is duty free. So most capital equipment like machinery, industrial machinery, is duty free. By virtue of the SI, you don't have to apply it to anyone. For example, let's say you are importing a heavy duty vacuum cleaner. It is duty free. You are importing a shoe manufacturing machine or a lathe machine, whatever, welding machines, they are duty free. All you pay is VAT. So those are the concessions. And that's information that we wanted to share with you. And then on commercial goods, I spoke of rates of duty, which we get from our tariff handbook, which is governed by SI 203 of 2022. That is where we get our rates from. It's very important for us to explain this because there is a flat rate that we apply at the border for personal imports. If let's say you bring goods that are more than $200 US, and we are going to charge you duty on the excess, we don't go into that book because it's time consuming. To manage our queues, there is a flat rate that we apply, just 40%. 40% for everything. That is going for home use if you exceed 200. But when you are importing commercial goods, we don't apply the 40% because it is very high. Most of the commercial goods pay less when you clear properly. You find that they range from 0%. The rates range from 0% to maybe 40% for luxurious things like cars, which are still viewed as being luxurious. The rates are very high. So that is why we like to share this, because you find that people don't want to clear properly. They want to pretend that when they enter Zimbabwe with goods, those goods are destined for personal use, for domestic use. You are actually shooting yourself in the foot when you do that. Because even if when we go around doing audits and we find that you have documents that are normally used for personal imports, we throw them away and we calculate duty afresh, as if nothing happened at the border. I'm being very honest. There's no duty-free importation, there's no duty-free allowance at the border for commercial goods. And as explained there, when we say duty, we are talking about everything that you're supposed to pay at the border, that you may have to pay. Presumptive tax is the tax that is paid by someone who is importing commercial goods, but they don't have a valid tax clearance certificate. So we presume that you are not complying, and we collect presumptive tax. But when you give your money to your clearing agent for them to lodge a clearance, please also give them a copy of your valid tax clearance certificate so that you avoid paying presumptive tax. The current rate is 30%. It's quite high. It can even be higher than the customs duty that you are paying. So please make sure you are tax compliant before you import. I'm happy that I think Velile covered restrictions. When you want to import, please reach out to us. Come to Zimra before you import and find out. Many goods require licenses and permits, and usually that is a problem. If you approach us at the border with goods that are which are supposed to be covered by a permit, and you don't have the permit, we do not even collect the duty. Despite all the targets that we have, we keep them until you get the relevant license or permit. Then once you get that, then we talk about you paying duty and we release your goods. It's actually an offense for you to import any restricted product without the required license or permit. And these are examples of restricted goods. Blankets, second-hand clothing, footwear, agricultural products, animal and animal products, minerals, medicinal products, wildlife, plants, firearms and ammunition. And the reason is some of them are dangerous, some are hazardous, also to guard against counterfeiting and forging. We don't want pornographic or objectionable and undesirable materials. Some substances are very harmful, including skin lightening creams, soaps and lotions, and used cooking oil. Did you know that used cooking oil is very hazardous? It's very harmful. When we see anyone with a 20-liter cooking oil, we don't talk to them. We take that, container, we throw away. I'm being very honest. That's how bad it is. With used cooking oil, we don't even want to keep it, but people like importing it. And then that is self-explanatory. The restrictions are meant to protect the environment against destruction of fauna and flora, extinction of endangered species. Others are meant to protect revenue. And then others are meant to conserve foreign currency, especially exchange control regulations on export, and then also to maintain export standards, especially for agricultural products. You find that when you export, if you intend exporting, we will always ask for a phytosanitary certificate from the Ministry of Agriculture. The plant inspectorate section, they actually inspect your products to see if they are disease-free, if they are of an acceptable standard before they allow you to take it out of the country. So that was my brief on imports. Now I want to talk briefly about trade agreements.
Briefly, she said briefly.
Yeah, very briefly.
All
right. Right, trade agreements. Zimbabwe has entered trade agreements with other countries. We have bilateral trade agreements with Botswana, we have one with Malawi, Namibia, and then we have, these are bilateral, meaning it's Zimbabwe and the other country. And then we are also part of big blocks like SADC and COMESA. Those are the countries in SADC, and then those are the ones in COMESA, and then we have a bigger block coming, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which has been mentioned. What it means and the benefit for us here, if we are into producing and manufacturing for export, is that as you manufacture or as you produce your product, you are not only producing for the 13 million people in Zimbabwe, for the Zimbabwean market, you are producing for all that market. It becomes a customs area, and I want to answer a question that arose earlier about South Africa and Botswana. South Africa and Botswana are in a customs union. When products of Botswana are entering South Africa, they don't pay duty, and vice versa. It's like going to OK to buy and taking home. When you are buying from Botswana, there are no restrictions, there are no customs duties, they are in a customs union, which is what these blocks are trying to achieve also. Once this is achieved, it will be easy for you to go to Burundi, buy something and bring it here without any restrictions, without any paperwork. So that's the difference between buying, when you're in Botswana, buying from Zimbabwe and buying from South Africa. That side is one big country, this side there are restrictions. This has already been said. That is important. Thank you very much. This is what I had for you.
Thank you very much. Well, ma'am, I think that, asking questions over things that are statutory are very difficult. It's a fact. This is what has to happen, right? But I'll take one question. There are many. You are their partner, you.
Thank you. Quick one, Mrs. Kutuda. I wanted to find out on the manufacturer's rebates, is there a leather one? If there isn't, what has to be done to do that? Because I think that sector needs it.
It has. There is. There's one leather manufacturer here that I've seen. Leather manufacturing, that is the leather manufacturing, the tanning and the like. And then there's footwear manufacturing as well. It's very well covered.
Okay, I've got a question on VAT. As SMEs, I think VAT is our major, it's something that's scary for us. Is there anything you can do for us to, maybe, I don't know, help us with the threshold? Because I know 25,000 for an SME is quite a lot per year. I'm not sure, is there anything else? Because I know most of my big organizations, they ask for a fiscalized invoice, they ask for VAT certificates, which at point we might not even get to the threshold. And sometimes their invoices are even less than $500, but they still request for that. Is there anything you can assist us with that?
The threshold for VAT currently is $25,000 per annum. If your sales exceed $25,000 per annum, then you have to register for VAT. So that when you sell, you charge VAT. And then also, as you do that, you can claim input tax for the VAT that you have paid. Currently, that is the law, but that is domestic taxes. I hope I have answered your question.
Ours will be lower, so how do we fit into the VAT threshold? We deal with a lot of companies that say we can't deal with it because we don't have VAT, but we can't get to the 25,000 yet because we haven't exceeded those. So how do we bridge the gap between a small SME who's got 10,000 a year sales, but also wanting to tap into bigger organizations that can keep them?
Okay, I think there is a voluntary, but maybe I will allow my colleague to answer.
Colleague, what's your initial again? SP. All right.
Not Windows. Right. Like my colleague said, this is the domestic taxes issue, but the thing is, it's unfortunate that we cannot control the business of like companies to say if they insist on you submitting a tax clearance, they won't deal with you. That is the challenge that we have. And I think as micro and companies, what you need to do is, like Dube said, you have to come up with collaborate with, come up with like an association which will actually lobby for what you are saying. Because, like he's saying, like the MC is saying, if it's legislated, there's nothing that you can do. Thank you, sir.
But just to let you know,
thank you so much. Ma'am, still on the gentleman's question, it's very pertinent. I wonder, is there a way probably you could pass a little legislature, or maybe, a police act, I mean, not an act, a policy as it were, to say the ITF 263 should still be recognized? Because after all, there is full compliance to the text in that category of the business threshold, which is less than 12,000 per annum.
All right, that was the last question. Who's going to answer? XP, Windows. Oh, okay.
I think, like maybe I wasn't clear. I said, as ZIMRA, for us to actually lobby for something that was supposed to enforce, it doesn't hold water when it's coming from ZIMRA. But as an organization, like for micro companies, you can actually come together and you make your presentation you can bring it to ZIMRA, and then we take it forward. But the best thing is lobby for it as an association. It will actually be attended to than from us who are supposed to be implementing that active lobbying for it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. While you're holding the microphone, did you say that there are issues with footwear? Let me walk you so I can see your shoes. As we are going, footwear, you said you need licenses. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Were yours licensed? Let's give her a big round of applause. See, the thing about ZIMRA is text people. I was thinking about this. I was like, what do I say after she's finished? And I discovered, as you're speaking, ma'am, Jesus spoke to two people. And today, I think if I was in Jesus' time, I'll then also include somebody else. So in Matthew chapter 9, verses 10 to 13, Jesus, when he was questioned, why do you eat with tax collectors and sinners? I think you should have also added to that list, and criminals who are wearing shoes that... Ladies and gentlemen, I officially would like to declare, unless you have the license and it's 6 years old, you don't know where your shoe came from, you are a criminal. But Jesus said, it is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. For I have come to call, not to call the righteous, but the footwear criminals. Let's give ZIMRA a big round of applause. As we continue with our program, now we're going to go to things that have also been mentioned real quick, which is financial records keeping and bank loan proposal preparations, which is very exciting. I wish I could give Mr. Marocha a lot of time. I cannot. And I pray, sir, as the finalist consultant, you'll be able to give us a short presentation. Let's give a big round of applause as he comes. We're negotiating. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shelton Marocha from Finalist Consultants. Like the coach said, I'm going to be brief. My slides are a bit long, but I'll just go through them quickly because they are long for the benefit of you guys. I'll send them through by email so that you can go through them during your own time. I would like to take this opportunity to thank POSB for actively demonstrating commitment to grow SMEs who are an engine to our economy. This is for you guys to get the support that you need to grow your businesses. Financial record keeping is very important, not only for stakeholders, but even for you, the business person, so that you see where you are going, how much money you are making, whether you are making a profit, and you have your records in order for compliance with things like ZIMRA and other statutory issues that you need to comply with. Where is that? Clicker. Thank you. So, hello. So, bookkeeping is basically on the recording of transactions, both financial and non-financial. The importance of record keeping is for management of cash flows, compliance with regulations in terms of tax and any other legal, assistance in securing funding, growth opportunities, trends, and competitor analysis, and most importantly for making informed decisions. Because without this information, it's difficult to make decisions. You also minimize losses because you are able to see where your business is going in time and whether the ship is sinking, and you are able to make decisions quickly in terms of what to do. It also helps you see the business cycles, the highs and lows for planning purposes. And generally, it's known that people that keep records are able to make more efficient decisions. For the essentials, I've just highlighted the essentials for record keeping there. The things that you need to do basically are on inventory, sales, employee payroll and benefits, legal documents, licenses, and payments. One sticking issue that normally affects SMEs is the issue of mixing business and personal expenses. This is a critical issue because it affects the business in a lot of ways. We encourage business people to desist from this. The best way to do this is to say, give yourself a salary so that it also disciplines you to say, I'm entitled to $500 a month and this is what I get. You don't then go into the till and get money which is for business use anytime that you feel you need it. That is very important. What can also help is the separation of accounts. You have a dedicated business accounts, separate credit cards and the bank cards, which are specifically for business, which you don't mix with your personal issues. Then once you make sure that you do your record keeping in order, you are able then to also have your historical records in terms of how you've been performing, your financial performance, which is basically what funders would look at when they ask for information about your business. So it's critical for stakeholders that you are maintaining this to be able to provide the information. There are various ways which you can do this. You can use software and automation to keep your records. And with the technology which is there, there's also now cloud-based solutions which you can use. This is just what you need to do. Then the common challenges, most business owners are one-man operations, especially when you are starting, because you are small, you can't afford to employ a lot of people, so you are basically doing everything yourself. the loan rangers. So it's important to have just a basic understanding of the principles by taking courses and employing part-time personnel and consultants to do this. As you grow, then you are able to have capacity to employ and pay qualified personnel to do that for you. I think basically that's it on this. The next item I'm going to work on is bank loan proposal preparation. Bank loans are essential in any fund, essential for the growth of businesses and for SMEs to get capital to carry on their business. So they are basic, the proposals are basically used to secure funding, attract partnerships. I've just highlighted a few things that need to be the main components: the logo, the title, the information about the business. Importantly is an overview of your business, so that whoever you are talking to, investor or the bank, they understand and appreciate your business. You also need to indicate what you need that funding for, the expected outcomes once you get that funding. Clearly state your mission, your history, achievements, vision, and your unique selling points. Define the problem that this funding will help in growing and changing your business. The market, pricing, promotion, sales, all these things are important in the business plan, so that it gives the banker and or investor information about your operation. So it's once you have all these things in place, and it will help you do the cash flow projections, your financial records. You are able to do your financial records in terms of historical and the cash flow projections, which are the basic things that are normally wanted by the bankers and whoever is funding. It will then give them less reason for you to deny you any funding. But above all, you must show that the business is viable, is healthy, and you've got capacity to repay the loan. You don't want a situation where you have sleepless nights and you start getting worried to say, how am I going to repay this loan? If you do proper record keeping, you are able to see things well in time to say, month end is coming, do I have enough money to pay for my obligation, my financial obligations in terms of taxes, in terms of loan repayments? So these are important aspects of business. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, sir. And you've been very kind with the time. I will ask you to give him another big round of applause. So, sir, as you take your seat, I'm going to make a comment. Thank you. And my comment is very simple. You brought up a very important aspect. And that aspect is to say that we mustn't mix business and pleasure. Is that what you said? Am I correct?
Business and personal.
Well, pleasure. Let's call it pleasure. All right. We mustn't mix business and personal. And I want to give you, because, you know, sometimes I operate in the prophetic. The SMEs in here are saying, you know, Zimra is not our problem. We will comply. The problem is Abatakat. How do you pronounce it? Waroi. Waroi. You see, when my relatives come and they say to me, we have a problem, you're a businessman, they don't care about the records that you're talking about. So maybe at lunch I'm going to ask you how you can help me deal with my relatives. who want money from the business. So it's not even business to personal, it's business to relative. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you so very much. I was sitting next to the next presenter, and she has got a very interesting topic that she's going to be talking about. SMEs, finance, and the net zero transition. Very exciting. And her name is Patience, and as she's coming, her official title is Chief, but I can't call her Chief, so I'm going to invite the Queen Compliance Officer of POSB. Let's give her a big round of applause.
A very good afternoon to you. It's so difficult to present when you are standing between people in their lunch. So I'll try and make this very brief. And I'm happy that all the previous presenters have touched on my subject, so it's going to be smooth sailing. So my topic is SMEs, finance, and the net zero transition. And here we are talking about issues of sustainability, where we are talking of inclusive growth, unlocking SMEs' potential. We cannot unlock this potential without talking about sustainable practices. So my task here is to take you through this important discussion on how SMEs need to think about their potential sustainability risks, about how to mitigate them, and how to tap into opportunities that are stemming from the sustainable action. So I'm gonna deliver on net zero training and awareness for SMEs, and guidance for SMEs to access finance for reducing emissions. Some of you would say, we are not in this business of emitting the environment, but I know when you are operating from Mashumba, from Kelvin, from Rankin, there are a lot of emissions that we are producing. So we have to be part of the action to reduce the emissions, because at global level, we are targeting at net zero transmissions by 2050. So I'm also going to give you insights on new technologies that are critical to support SMEs' net zero transition, and also how the banking community is going to work with you to support your transition to net zero. And I just thought I should give you a background of the context of my subject, where we are saying, I want you to understand how the different components and dimensions of sustainability relate to one another. We are seeing there, we have got the environment, which is in green, and then we have got the society, which are us as individuals, and then we have got the economy, which is made up of the small businesses, the big corporations. We also have got finance, which is us as POSB and other banks in the financial community. We also have got the government. So we are seeing there that the economy has got three primary actors: the business, which are some of you guys, and the finance community, and the government. And all these there are relationships between the economy, between the society, and the natural environment. So, as businesses, as individuals, social and environmental issues, they affect the ability of primary actors in the economy to fulfill their functions, which means we are dependent on the environment. And the economy can itself has a positive impact or a negative impact on the society and the environment. So we are trying to say here, as the current economic system is built, it is just built on infinite economic growth. We are just focusing on production and production. We view the environment as infinite. The resources coming from the environment are endless. That's the current thinking. But we are saying with the ever increasing volumes of consumption, of production, and the financial returns that we are getting, we are kind of diminishing the environment. We are depleting the resources in the natural environment. So as it stands, we need to take on sustainable practices so that we view the environment not as an infinite planet, but as a planet that has got limited resources. So how do we balance the stability of the economic system and sustainable growth? This is why there's talk about net zero, where the Paris Agreement and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are coming into play to say, let's protect the environment for us to continue in business. So I'm just giving you there a snapshot of where we are as a country at global level. We are still in the banking as usual zone. We are trying to transition from that zone there, where's zone of transition, where we need to move to a stage where we have got net zero transition, where we are saying we are balancing our needs as an economy, as a society. We are balancing the needs of the people and the environment so that we continue to exist. So moving to a sustainable economy is the challenge of our time, ladies and gentlemen. There is ever increasing greenhouse gas emissions, the GHG emissions, and they are warming the planet. And Zimbabwe is not left. All of us here are feeling the El Nino-driven effects. They are affecting our businesses. They are affecting our cattle. They are affecting our agricultural outputs. So we are not left behind. We are suffering together in this economy because of the greenhouse gas emissions. So what we are saying is these increased incidents of drought, flood, hailstorms, the heat waves that we are experiencing, the imperative to tackle climate change is our biggest issue, and it is more pressing than ever. And as SMEs, we are contributing 90% of the business in Zimbabwe are SMEs, and we are contributing close to 8.6 billion of the GDP of Zimbabwe. So it means we are the economy. We cannot talk of net zero without the SMEs. Actually, there's no net zero without SME transition. But I'm happy to come here today to share this knowledge, because sometimes our people suffer because of lack of knowledge. We don't have the knowledge. We are being left out as big corporates are moving forward with net zero transition, and SMEs are being left out. And we are saying today, this is why as POSB want to partner with SMEs so that we come in and share with you the knowledge of how we can practice sustainable practices. So this slide is just showing you how Zimbabwe as a nation is trying to address the Paris Agreement, where we have got at national level, we have got emission reduction targets, where we are saying as Zimbabwe, we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 40% so that we move from the business as usual approach. And this includes their sectors that we have targeted at national level so that we can realize that 40%. And these sectors include agriculture, forestry, energy waste, and some of you here are in those businesses. So at national level, we are looking at renewable energy targets. We are looking at partnering with international organizations so that we can support this transition from unsustainable practices. So that diagram is just showing how SMEs are not yet part of the net zero transition. We are saying SMEs lag behind larger corporates on net zero commitments, because as we speak today, how many of you have plans to become sustainable? Even if some SMEs are using sustainable practices, they do not even have an emissions reduction plan. And this figure here is showing that in terms of SMEs saving energy or switching to sustainable energy, we are lagging behind. In terms of reducing consumption of or impact on natural resources, SMEs continue to lag behind. And in terms of using recycling or reusing materials, we continue to lag behind. And also, so this is affecting us to become sustainable, to remain in business in the future. So without an SME transition, we do not have a net zero transition, because you are the engine of the economy here in Zimbabwe. When you're talking of 90%, it means we are the greatest contributor to the economy. Therefore, we need to contribute to reduction of these emissions so that we continue in business. I'll move to the next slide, where we are saying, how can the financial community help? So the financial community can help by, we highlight the risks that you face as SMEs, because what are the risks? Maybe I can start by saying, what are the risks of not taking action? You will end up with an outdated business model if you don't adopt sustainable practices. For example, these days, the Gen Z, they want what they call the vegans. How did you kill this? How did you slaughter this beef, this cattle? If you do not employ sustainable practices, we are not going to eat it. So it means those of us who are in the cattle rearing business, with time, we are going to get out of business. And if we continue to buy diesel generators, they are relying on fossil fuels, and they pollute the environment, they make a lot of noise. So as people are switching to clean energy, and you continue buying those generators, it means there shall come a time when regulations are imposed to ban the use of diesel powered machines, diesel generators, and then you are left with a stranded asset. And let's be careful when we buy some of these products, assets from China. They are kind of dumping them here, because in their countries, they are now using sustainable assets, which are more using clean energy. And then you buy an asset that is very expensive, diesel powered. You then find out in the next 5 or 6 years, it's a stranded asset. Yet you have used a lot of money to buy that asset. And lack of access to finance, those are the risks that you face if you do not move to sustainable practices. Because now as banks, we now have what we call an ESG screening criteria, where we are looking at what sustainable practices have you implemented in your business. So if you do not have, you are not going to have that finance, because they ask you, are you observing gender equality? Which are you using? Which power? Which type of power are you using? Is it clean energy? Is it diesel? And then you say, why am I not qualifying for this loan? Because the screening method, you cannot meet the screening requirements because you are using unsustainable practices. So we are saying we want to educate each other, create the awareness so that we transition. Slowly but surely, we graduate from these unsustainable practices so that we remain in business. To myself, I say that's our license to operate. So we are saying, as the financial community, we come here, we partner with you. I like this engagement. We collaborate, we engage, and we highlight the risks of you not taking climate action. And we communicate the risks to you, and then we also support and incentivize SMEs decarbonization, because it's kind of technical, but we need to come in as your partners to assist you in offering financial products, for example, green loans, and facilitate working capital support so that you can have sustainable supply chain finance. So we are therefore expecting you guys to come forward to POSB for support with the designing and delivering an emissions reduction plan. I like the presentation that was done by Mr. Dlamini. He summed it all when he concluded with a photo of a dog that was waiting. I hope it's not a pit bull. So let's rise to the moment, right? So that we take the action, we collaborate. I prefer to call it, let's partner for the goals. Partnership for the goals. So we need to connect SMEs. I'm happy there's Zimtrade here, there's Zimra. Their presentation were trying to connect SMEs to expertise, to provide insights into how SMEs, their customers and industries can switch to sustainable practices. And I'm happy this room has got the experts to assist you to get to that stage. I'll move on to the next slide, where we're trying to say, what are the barriers to financing the SME net zero transition? Mr. Dlamini has done justice to this. He indicated the challenges that the SMEs are facing. We are looking at, I'm sure there was the God-fearing interest charges, the issues of patient capital, venture capital, or even the issues of contract farming. So we are saying there are barriers. SMEs sometimes lack awareness of climate-related risks and opportunities. They are not only risks, there are also opportunities in those risks, and may also lack time to engage. I know these are family-owned business, these are owner-managed businesses, so sometimes you may lack time to engage, and this is why we are here today, to focus on that engagement so that we take each other to the next step forward. And also as banks, we do not have, we may face challenges of margins for servicing SMEs, and I'm happy through this discussion we have tried to look at, we have got less intelligence about SMEs needs. I was capturing the notes whilst Mr. Dlamini was presenting that really what do SMEs need? They need venture capital, which is patient capital. They need us to hold their hand in terms of contract farming. They need us to lower our interest rate charges. So this engagement is very important so that we come up with conventional financial support for new SMEs or even new technologies so that we meet them at their point of need. So these engagements, we should have frequent engagements of this nature so that we address these barriers and the consequences that are making SMEs not transition to net zero. So I was looking at the issue, the elephant in the room is that the leadership we need, the future we want. The future we want, the leadership we need. We are the leaders of the businesses in Zimbabwe. If we are at 80%, it means this is the leadership. The leadership of today, you must then develop and create the future we want. So we are seeing here that this diagram is trying to say, the leadership we need, what must it do? You must be guided by a purpose. The previous presenter spoke a lot about you having a vision and a mission, and that we must cultivate the necessary thinking, the necessary values and practice to drive us into sustainable businesses. I was listening when someone was saying our children may not want to continue with our business. Imagine we are running this transport business with the diesel, and we are all moving forward to other new cleaner energy. Our kids, because they have got their own preferences, they are quite different from us. They will say we cannot continue this cattle business because you are killing cows, you are killing animals. And that family-owned business dies a natural death. And imagine if we move away from this, look at what NR said, those diesel locomotives. Now we are moving away from that, and those are stranded assets. So we need to take action now. And I always say the leadership of today must create the future we want. So as leaders in the SME business, we want you to lead the change for a sustainable economy. And what are the opportunities? I was trying just to highlight what are the opportunities and that SMEs can capture, because we have got the fastest growing consumer brands in recent years. So if we do not adopt those sustainable practices, we will die, our businesses will not move forward. There is an opportunity for investing in energy efficiency, like the solar-powered boreholes. I'd like to give you an example of one of our customers in Harare, called Comfort area. Those who know that area, they are in the business of supplying water, and they were, because of this energy supply challenges in the economy, the grid electricity, they could not supply to their major suppliers. And we partnered with this SME and we provided them with solar powered boreholes. Imagine they were using 200 liters of diesel every day to power their boreholes, and multiply that by $50, multiply that by $7 a week, and how much in a month would you spend? That's a lot of money. And it will be eating into our what? Into our profit margins. Yes, solar is expensive, but it's one way you invest now. That's when we come and have a discussion with the financiers, and POSB is amongst that. And you know that we have, and Zimbabwe is a good country, we have got plenty of sunshine. It's a free good, it's an infinite good, which we can take advantage of and power our machines and power our boreholes. And now this business is making a lot of profits, and they're now expanding their business because they've foregone the 200 liter times $50 a day that they had to pump out to supplement grid electricity. I'll move on to so there are opportunities in SME net zero trans, both for the SMEs and for the bank as well. So here I was trying to say, the banks can provide financial support for sustainable business activities. They can do this directly and indirectly. As POSB, we are trying here to partner with the Green Climate Finance through the Ministry of Climate and Environment, so that we can have concessional funding to develop, to meet the climate change needs, which are mitigation and adaptation projects. I'm sure you have heard about this. So we are also working on being accredited. For your information, IDBZ is already accredited, and they are waiting for you guys to come and harness those opportunities. They can also be direct finance, where as a bank we can actually directly finance investments to meet positive climate requirements. And this can, for example, CBZ recently was in the market. They are planning to issue a green bond and to raise funds for 100 megawatt solar power plant in Gwanda and another 30 megawatt hydroelectric plant on the Gairezi River. So those opportunities, when they come, you need to have the records, you need to have your business plans, so that you can take advantage of those opportunities and future-proof your business. There are also indirect financiers through the supply chain finance, sustainable supply chain finance, who can involve, for example, Unilever can actually come and say, POSB, we want you to do contract farming, so we give you so much money to identify, because they are in the business of lending, you can manage this. Identify the contract farmers, and then they give us cheap concessionary funds, and then you can take advantage of that. But you need to have the information and the knowledge for us to rise up to the moment. We are saying, as POSB, we determined the 4 key levers that other banks, other buyers of SME products can use to drive change and facilitate SME net zero action. So these levers of change, I'll just quickly run through. We have got knowledge-based issues, we've got technology-based issues, and then we can also have behavior-based, where we are saying supporting behavior change of customers will be the first step to ensure that they can move to the next step. And you can also use technology-based actions to drive that action. So the moment is here, ladies and gentlemen, for us to take advantage of the issues that we have just discussed, to ensure that we manage, we future-proof our business, and we continue to drive the production in Zimbabwe, we continue to feed our families, we continue to leave something for the future generations. We really need to take action in terms of sustainable practices. I wanted to give you an example again that I met of a farmer who is in the business of rearing cattle. So what they did, they use what they call, because we know that manure can pollute the rivers, it can pollute the waters. So, and it can kill fish, it can kill the animals when they are consumed. They adopted what we call a waste management practices. They used the manure for biogas production or composting for their greenhouse, so that they reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and then they are using sustainable fertilizers instead of chemical fertilizers. So these are the opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, that we can take so that our businesses continue to be future-proofed and viable in the foreseeable future. So we are saying to each other, if you look after the environment will look after you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much. So, Paish, I'm just going to take one question for you. But, what are Paris? What? You know, we know, I don't know about you guys, but I've got kids. And, pane game no time, we don't see game no AK. Have you ever heard of that one? Why is it that these first world people are now putting pressure on us to be sustainable when they are the ones who affected our ozone layer? I mean, that's a good question, do you think? Yeah. Pimbula?
Thank you, MC. That's a difficult question. But even if they are the ones who caused it, the effects are not selective. We are all being affected. So that means we have to take action.
So it's kind of like, you know, I've got a brother who says we must drink all the beers so that the next generation doesn't drink. Okay, another story. Any question for patients? Sustainable business practice. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so very much, patients. Now, by the way, you are no longer Chief Compliance, you're Queen Compliance Officer. But I will go to a chief, and this is the Chief Bank Examiner with our regulator, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, talking to bank use promotion, financial inclusion. Would you please help me welcome Mr. S. Mashonganyika.
Thank you. Just help me once. Yes, this one is forward, this one is back. Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, and ladies and gentlemen, it's good afternoon. All protocols observed. My name is Simbarashi Mashonganyika, as he has just said, and I'm with the Reserve Bank. So I was requested to present on financial inclusion and the bank use promotion for SMEs. So bank use promotion is basically an act which is administered by the Financial Intelligence Unit. And of course, Financial Intelligence Unit is another branch of the Reserve Bank. Right. So these are the few issues that we are going to go through. I think some of the slides you allow me to also skip them, but it doesn't mean that it's not me. It's basically because I think most of the information you know about it, and this is just indicating the importance of the SMEs in our society, in our economy, that they're a source of development, a source of employment, they are a source also of innovation. It's easy to introduce new techniques and new technologies in an SME because there are no bureaucratic arrangements. It's one person or two people, they agree and then they move forward. But most importantly, also it's a base for inclusive and sustainable development, and which of course helps us to fight poverty and lead to the achievement of the sustainable development goals that were set by the United Nations. Some baseline statistics, although this is already a bit old, 2022, what SMEs are doing to the economy of Zimbabwe. 60% of the GDP is coming from the SMEs, and this was in 2022. We don't know now. Maybe it could even be more now. And 3.3 million are actually employed by the SMEs then. And 60% of them are owned by women. So we have got women entrepreneurs in Zimbabwe. We are actually living on women's sweat. And then, of course, they continue to address the gender gap. So what is it that we even know beyond those statistics? So we know this is how they are actually distributed. They generally have just followed the development of our country, which is they are mostly concentrated in the cities, in the bigger cities, Bulawayo, Harare, Gweru, Victoria Falls, Chinoi, Mutare, and so forth. And I think it's because they are following the economic infrastructure, which is readily available in those areas, and ease of basically doing business and selling also. Then the other issues, just going a little bit deeper into that survey, which was done in 2022. How are they by sectors? In which sectors do we have more SMEs? And so we see that agriculture continues to have more SMEs, followed by the retail, which is your buying and selling and things like that. But and manufacturing, which is actually supposed to be the backbone of this economic growth, is still having a little of them. Only about 9%. Actually, by 2022, it had actually decreased to 5%. And of course, there are issues why that happened. Then the issue of formalization. Now, the issue of formalization is again about records again. We see that most of our SMEs are not formalized. They are not formalized. Only the medium and enterprises are the ones that are formalized. But the smaller ones, if they are individuals, you can see it's a one-man business, and they don't want to get formalized, despite that the registrar of companies has actually allowed a registration of a PBC, which is a company that can be owned by an individual, but still we don't have people wanting to get formalized. Micro enterprises, now 29%, small at 42%, and that at 100%. So we are going to see what are the challenges of not formalizing as we proceed. Access to finance. How many of our SMEs are accessing finance? So accessing finance is not only credit. It's about all the services that come with or from the financial services providers. It could even be advice. It could even be just being facilitated in terms of exports or imports that we were talking about. But you can see that there has been an improvement. And in 2022, we had about 95% of SMEs actually being banked or accessing formal services. But the challenge was that this access was not actually coming through the banking system. It was coming through other formal methods, like your apps, your EcoCash, your Net1 wallet, and so forth, which again will cause challenges when it comes to investments or having funds around or available for projects. But again, the issue therefore is, why is it that still very few SMEs want to use the formal banking system? So this is just accessing in terms of area, urban and the rural for SMEs, and it looks like there's no much different in terms of how they're accessing financial services, and mainly you see that the rural was mainly pushed by the non-bank services or financial services. By gender, again, not a big difference, although we are having this time around female entrepreneurs, they are about 93%, while for male-owned or managed, they are at about 95%. Right, so the barriers, why are SMEs not using banking products? So one of the major reasons was that business income is too small. This is emanating from, banking institutions. Sometimes they put a limit on who can open a bank account. Either sometimes they tell you opening, I think balance is $20 and so forth. And they want to see where is your money coming from. Are you having enough money which will sustain you holding the account and things like that? And so when someone looks at all those requirements, and then they, in their mind again, they take into account the bank charges that would come with also holding a banking account, then they just feel no. I would rather not go that way, and after all, my EcoCash can do all the things, and so that becomes a challenge. But the problem now is when funds are not moving through the banking system, it creates a challenge in terms of implementing policy, particularly the monetary policy, because monetary policy is actually based on formal trading and formal transactions. So that becomes a real challenge. Irregular income was also another issue. Not enough money from business and things like that, cannot afford the minimum balances, you see. And some, of course, were saying they do not know about banking. You'd be surprised, isn't it? There's anyone who doesn't know about the banking. And of course, have not registered my business. So the other challenges in general, inadequate business and financial management skills. Our friend here has just been speaking about business management and record keeping also. And also let me just hasten to say that, you see, a business plan, you don't only need a business plan when we are looking for a loan. No, that's wrong. You need a business plan from day one. When you're starting your business, you need a business plan, because it will then guide you as to what you want to do, what you want to achieve in that. So it's like your guiding book, as if it's a Bible for the Christians. Poor access to markets, and our friend from Zimtrade, I think they've said a lot about that. Inadequate technology. Then, of course, we've already seen that financial exclusion, poor corporate governance structures, of course. I am the chairperson, I am the CEO, I am the finance director. I am everything, and it becomes, again, a problem. Lack of critical economic size, yes. That's why you are encouraged to get into associations. I think there was an issue to do with VAT, which was discussed earlier. And of course, our colleagues from Zimra were actually advising that maybe it's better you get into a group and then you lobby the Ministry of Finance, because they are the ones then that come up with that proposal. So it's better when you go as an association. And I know there are various, unfortunately, I don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, but I think it's unfortunate for these purpose. There are various groups now or associations of SMEs. And so it again creates a problem, because sometimes another group might not be seeing the essence of that proposal, and so you have first of all to convince yourself before you then convince the authorities. It creates a challenge. But I think it is important that you get into associations. Undercapitalization, yes, it's always been an issue. what have we done after understanding all these challenges? So in 2016, the Reserve Bank initiated a program which was a National Financial Inclusion Strategy 1. The issue then was to ensure that everybody, including SMEs, they get access to financial services. And that program was implemented between, for the 5 years, excuse me, between 2016 and 2020. Then after that, there was a survey that was the results I just showed you earlier on, just to see how we had fared in the first phase. And so then after that phase, we then initiated another program, which is currently running, which is the Financial Inclusion Strategy 2, and it is running up to 2026. So this is the current document or strategy that we are running with. I think this definition here of what financial inclusion is, I think we are already aware of it, but let me just hasten to say is we are looking at being able to access quality and affordable financial services in Zimbabwe on a sustainable basis. So the issues of charges, they come into play. The issues of interest rates, both on loans and also on deposits, are issues that we also talk about. The issues of availability of financial facilities in other centers or in other areas of the country, they also become another an issue again. And in this strategy, we are giving priorities to strategies that will enable us to everybody to access the financial services. So this is just to explain why do we need financial inclusion, and we're saying we're all moving towards the upper middle income economy by 2030. This is the government mantra, this is a government vision for this country. And for this to move, and these are the pillars under the National Development Strategy 1. But for all this to happen, now people have to access funding. People have to be transacting through the formal services. So financial services, they become a cog in the whole process, because without finance, we basically cannot produce, we cannot eat, we can't do almost anything. Then what are we targeting? So the National Financial Inclusion Strategy is targeting these groups. So we are putting in initiatives for women, so that women, they do not only open accounts, but they also use them. The youth, the SMEs, smallholder farmers, people with disabilities, elderly, and pensions. Like now, for people with disabilities, we are actually urging banking institutions and all other financial institutions to start also putting infrastructure that is user-friendly for the people with living with disabilities. That includes accessing your facilities. That includes even technological gadgets that allow also people living with disabilities to actually access their cash without the assistance of everybody. So your braille, reading ATMs, actually also to be installed by banking institutions. Right. So just a snapshot of what has now happened up to the time, up to this current period of implementing the strategy. So you can see that these are the number of loans that the banking system has been giving to institutions, to SMEs, and the value of loans to the institutions. So by March this year, about 3.5 billion has been given to institutions. In fact, this was the outstanding balance. The total amount disbursed, it means it was actually even more than that. And So these are the average loans per institution. So we have moved in ups and downs, but we think we are there. So what are we doing for the SMEs? So this is what the Reserve Bank has done. First of all, it has we've come up with a so you see the first column there, we are talking of what challenges, and then the second here we are looking at what we have done to deal with that challenge. So the first challenge has always been, and unfortunately it continues to be, the lack of collateral security. And so we realized that SMEs, one of their challenges, that they don't have the formal collateral that the formal banking institutions would want, your title deeds particularly. And so the central bank came up with a collateral registry. I will talk about it more in the coming slides there. But what it basically does is it allows you to use your cars, your equipment that you have at the factory or your households for accessing a loan in a much secure way. And then we also introduced the credit guarantee scheme for the SMEs. This one is run by the Export Credit Guarantee Company, which of course, after the reorganizations of some of the state-owned enterprises, is now falling under the Mutapa Investment Fund. But there are guarantees that can be given. So how it works is that you approach your bankers and they assess your application. When they find that your application is viable and is profitable, and you don't have that collateral security that they want, then they are required to approach the ECG with that proposal. And then ECGC will guarantee, I think, about 80% of that loan. And then the 20% also, it's a risk for the bank, and then they are supposed to give you that loan. Information asymmetry, one of the things, obviously, what is also been hampering the giving of loans to SMEs is the issue that the banker does not know you. So I am always on the record that we need to create a relationship with a bank. And yesterday, actually, people were laughing there because we are also at there's an exhibition for SMEs at the Center City Hall right now going on. And I said, you see, you cannot go around and kissing people who you ever meet. Otherwise, people, they say, they are not okay upstairs. So this is exactly what some of us wants the bank to do. I have not opened an account with them for how long, but now, because maybe government has said it is having a facility which is going to be distributed through or disbursed maybe through POSB or through another company, then all of a sudden I want to get to POSB and say I want a loan. So it becomes a problem. So what happens? So first of all, let's create a relationship with our bankers. Then it will be easy. And then that will help the development of information about how you behave with your bank account. And then it becomes easy. But however, what we have also done is that we have registered we have opened a credit register. So a credit registry, what it does, it keeps information on how each person or each business is performing on everything that they pay in arrears. Now, I'm saying in arrears, it's, for example, like your water bills, you will pay them, you're expected to pay them at the end of the month. At least for ZESA now, it's a bit okay because you have to pay. But your accounts, wherever you have gotten them, how are you behaving with them? That information is kept there. So financial institutions like right now, banking institutions, they are required actually by law to submit information to the Reserve Bank, to the credit registry. And also very soon other credit providers like your TV sales and hire, every company that sells on credit, they will also be required to submit that information. And of course, at an advanced stage, we will also have local authorities, the city councils and so forth, submitting our information of how are we paying our rates and so forth. So, so maybe now this is just a warning to say if your accounts to the central to the municipalities are not in good order, you might want to start to work towards paying them up and ensure that they're up to date, because there will come a time that those accounts will be submitted. And when you now want to get a loan, a bank will search for you on the credit registry. And then they see that, my friend, you have been using water for the past 12 years, but you are not even honoring, you are not honest enough to pay for that. Then that becomes a problem for you accessing that facility. Lack of tailor-made products also. Yes, there were some institutions that have been established. Your Zimbabwe Women's Bank for women entrepreneurs, your Empower Bank for youth and related segments that have been set. The only challenge that we are having now with those institutions is lack of capital, but we are hoping the government will take its responsibility and actually adequately capitalize them. Capacity building and inadequate infrastructure. Now, so for capacity building, it's both for the SMEs and also the people at large. And the Reserve Bank has been going around in collaboration with the other stakeholders, even including POSB and other banks, your POTRAs, your Consumer Protection Commission, your mobile network operators, trying to just to educate people in ensuring that all our transactions are formalized. Then, of course, issue of high interest rates. We continue. Unfortunately, in our country, we don't have a law which actually requires the Reserve Bank to set price. Interest. To say banks, you cannot charge this interest from on a given collateral. A loan. That's we don't have. But what we do and what we have been doing was to engage them, to say, yes, we don't have a law, but we can't just leave it there so that it's like a dog eat dog. So we continue on from time to time to engage our banking institutions, to engage our microfinance institutions. I can tell you also one of my assignments that I'm doing here in Blaawai this week, I'm actually visiting every microfinance institution that we have registered, just to check, in particular on what interest rates they are charging and so forth. So, and also we require banks to publish, if I'm not mistaken, on a monthly basis, all their conditions of service. But what I have seen is, unfortunately, we don't read those notices. And sometimes you then find complaints now coming to the Reserve Bank. I got this loan and I was charged so much, and it looks like what they have charged me now has become even more than the principal and all those things. But see, the conditions are meant to be read so that we know them. And that's why we have actually made it a requirement that in every banking hall, those conditions must be on the wall or somewhere where they are visible by the clients. So in order to deal with the issue of collateral that I earlier on talked about, so this is what we did. In 2022, we formed that. And so this is a public available database, so it just gives a database of whose assets have been registered, and they've been registered for the interest of who, and it's mainly for movable assets, your vehicles, your furniture, TVs, and so forth. and even also livestock. You can actually use it. So the types that are being used, and by the way, it is already operation. So industrial equipment, your livestock, consumer goods, agricultural equipment. So far, the results. This is as at the end of June. So you see the value of, or the number of household goods that have already been used, that are already registered in the collateral register. And now the good news is that these are being registered by financial institutions. So we see an acceptance of the system by the financial institutions. 4,283 records or interests that have been noted. Private cars, as you can see, stock of finished goods before you have sold it, your inventory, you can actually use it, and so forth. So there are various items that can be used, maize even. So sometimes when you, like for farmers, it's also sometimes like now people are harvesting, and we know most of the people, they just want to sell now. But if you are a good farmer, you can actually store and get loans instead of using that stock now, of selling it now. Get loans now, and then at a later stage, when the market is now looking for your product, is now looking for maize, you then offload, you get more money, and you pay off your loan. Who are the institutions or organizations that are dealing, that are actually recording or interest on the collateral register? As you can see, for banks, about 1,567 interest have been recorded just from the banking institutions, and for the value of about 32 billion ZiG. So those are the loans that have already been advanced on the collateral of movable property, and that's by banking institution. And you remember that in the past, banks never used to accept any movable property as collateral. And that's also for your microfinance, about 1,384, and so forth. So lawyers, law firms, you see law firms, they also, they register because they will be standing on behalf of other institutions as well. So the composition of the collateral registry users, so who are using, okay, so these you have got all your institutions there that are using collateral registry. So you see the credit-only microfinance, I think they are the most users. I think it's general because of the nature of their target market. Right. So just quickly, I think it's about 2-3 slides, and then we are done, about the bank use promotion. So in Zimbabwe, it is a requirement, actually a statutory requirement, that we should use the bank system. But unfortunately, I think it's another law that was not being implemented and followed maybe to the book. So the Bank Use Promotion Act, Chapter 24 is that we are going to look at. So these are its objectives. What it is meant to do is basically to promote our usage of the banking system, and of course, trying also to suppress money laundering and other financial crimes. And it's also about strengthening the financial sector system and fighting against financial crimes, and ensuring or enforcing compliance, not only for the banks, but for everybody. The traders, parastatals, institutions, and even people. So what are we expected to do? So every trader must be registered in terms of the value-added tax. and of course subject to those limits. We already we even have been informed here that if your income, is it annual income, is it not up to 25,000, you cannot register. Every trader shall open an account with a financial institution. So remember, this is what I was saying, that this is actually, it's law. Every trader and a parastatal shall deposit their daily takings in an account with a financial institution no later than the close of normal business hours on the day following. So in other words, what it means, all the takings that you received yesterday, you are expected to actually have deposited them today. That's by law. A trader or parastatal shall have the burden of proving to the satisfaction of the inspector or any court that it is good cause for not depositing the daily takings. So that's the law. So sometimes when we are discussing of financial crimes, you will discover that most of the stories that we hear of people who have been robbed at their workplace and wherever of their monies, it could actually be a tip of the iceberg. Some might actually not be reporting because of that issue, because you'll have to explain. Besides you, of course, having an issue that your money has been stolen, but you also have an issue under this act of saying, but how come this money was in your house, in your safe somewhere, when it's supposed to be in the bank? So sometimes when the amount is not worrisome, some they will just keep quiet. So records to be kept by business entities. Every business, our friend there actually talked about this. It's just an emphasis, but this is now from a legal perspective. It's your cash receipts on each day, cash payments, and it doesn't matter to whom you have done it. You need to keep those records. It is the payments that are either in cash or on each day, and to person or also for the purpose. So these are some of the common breaches of this act. Third-party payments, in most cases, these are actually illegal foreign dealings. We know about this. This is even happening now, and maybe among us here, some have already done this, where you somebody wants forex, they want the US dollar, and you have got a ZIG, and then they just say, look, I want to go and pay ZESA. You give them your card, they go and swipe your ZESA in ZIG, and then you give them an equivalent in US or in rands, whatever forex that you have. That's the crime there. So the FIU, they have also a way of looking into that, and sometimes if you are unfortunate, you can also get caught. So Hawala is another way also in exports and unaccompanied by telegraphic transfers. So this one, what happens is, my sister was talking of the Malaichas, where you are buying, they buy goods from wherever they are and they give you. Now, but this time around, it's now money. Money is given to the bus driver, and he comes with it and he gives Mashonganyika. The money did not go through the formal system, and sometimes it can be very big money, and that's the crime there. Smuggling. Also, goods being smuggled in and out of the country. I think this is, we are aware of this one, trade-based money laundering. So this is to do with underpricing or overpricing, depending on which product. If it is underpricing, it's about the exports. But I speak to my client in South Africa. I'm selling maybe ground nuts or round nuts. I'm sending them maybe 20 tons. and then we have a separate agreement, and then on the documents of my exports documents, I put a lower price and tell him the difference you'll give me, just put into my account there. That's the underpricing, and then of course the overpricing of imports also. When your supplier there is charging you a higher price on invoice, and yet when you pay, maybe 5 or 20% of that price is going to your account. So those are some of the crimes, and so generally, so we are just saying, of course, financial inclusion for. Not only for SMEs, but almost for everybody. It needs a collaborative approach. There's financial literacy which needs to be done to even our general people, institutions as well, and even also financial institutions too. One of the things also that cause SMEs not to access funding has been known to be that financial institutions, sometimes they don't understand the requirements of SMEs. So this collaboration like this kind of a workshop is quite welcome. And of course, we are encouraged to conduct financial transactions and all our businesses in a formal way. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. You know, you are a regulator. Shaman, this is our regulator. You want to ask the regulator? Oh, you're going to be the only question. You're a brave man.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mashonganyika, for that. I just have a point on the banking promotion. I think is it an act? It stipulates that every 24 hours you must deposit. There's a lot of things I saw there when you presented, which is fine, but I think you need to balance it, because as a client to banks, I am not encouraged to bank. Right now I only bank because I have to. I have no choice. I need to receive payment and it goes through the bank. But if I had it my way, I would get my money in my hand, because there is no incentive for banking. I think I speak also for a lot of SMEs as we speak, to say, when we grew up, I remember my first bank account in Form 2, when I would put money in the month end, I would just go check my balance and I would see there's an extra $1 or $2. That no longer exists now. Now I know it's a sinking pit. If I put in $1,000, I cannot remove $1,000 after a week. It comes out as 900 and something. And also the charges are punitive. Every time I have to go to the bank, I leave angry. For a few minutes, I make sure I don't go home immediately, because I'll be unpleasant. If I am to withdraw $1,000, I need a minimum of $40 for me to access 1,000. $40 is like 30 liters. 30 liters will take me to Kweru and back. That's a lot of money. Thank you.
I think you need to bank with POSB, sir.
I was saying that hoping someone from POSB will come to me and say, which bank are you with? Talk to us.
Here.
Yes.
Go for it.
No, thank you very much. Yes, I hear you. In the past also, I used to enjoy my fixed deposit account with POSB, the Red Book. I think we all remember about that. But one thing that we have realized, which unfortunately, and I think for the good cause, because it benefits financial banking institutions, is that they don't tell you which account to open. When you get into a bank and you say, I want to open a bank account, so what they do is they will give you forms for an account which gives them money.
Not POSB.
Because you remember we've got two accounts. We've got a checking account and a savings account. And most of us here, we have checking accounts, which you call your current account. This is what we have. A current account is not an account for saving money. It's not. it's an account, it is a running account. So if you want to get interest, you open a savings account. And a savings account, that's an account for investing. So that you can have two of them. When you want money, when your savings have matured, they can be transferred to your current account, do your transactions, and when you are done, you continue to save on your savings account. But banks will never tell you. I think early this year, I think I heard one bank that was on radio, I think on Star FM, trying to promote its savings account. But that is the issue. That is it. Just try it, and you'll tell me.
Thank you very much. By the way, at POSB, we do financial literacy as well. So thank you for that class, short class in financial literacy. You are my regulator, and there are two people there. That corner is the naughty corner, sir. If I don't talk to them, I'll be in trouble. So we're going to ask our two quick questions, and then we continue with our program.
Okay, thank you. Allow me to present this question directed to Mr. Mashunganyiko from RBZ. I wanted to know what measures are you taking for some of these financial crimes as you put them across? In my personal opinion, I think it adds up to a situation whereby lions would terrorize these small animals in the jungle, and you, as RBZ, the elephants, you pretend not to see. Let us maybe even look at the issue of financial discipline. We are having these money changers right in front of Trade Gold, which are the courts, and we actually see some of the RBZ staff coming to transact there in the open streets. What's happening? Then we again look at the nexus between how the economy should structure itself. We're having a very imbalanced policy on the issue of maybe, let me say, the fuel and lube industry. They are allowed to expressly trade on the USD alone with our Z currency that sometimes, as the SME is the only affordable transaction or contract we can get into. But again, we are not able to transact. We cannot go and pay for 10 liters of fuel to fund the business activity or to transact on anything using ZIG. They will require the USD. The regulators are there. You are seeing it. Please, SOS.
You was asked. Are you ready for another one? Are you ready to? You're ready? He's ready.
Okay. Mine is on issues to do with the interest rates, as well as at times how the banks also view their clients. For example, let's say people are doing order financing, or I'm buying an asset, for example, an asset financing, right? I bought the asset. The asset is actually not here in Zimbabwe, but the bank actually expects me to start to pay installments. How then can maybe the regulator can regulate that? Because this is a common phenomenon, like with farmers, also with the order financing, like I've said.
So if it was me, I would be like a teacher, see me after class. But you are the regulator, you can answer the question.
No, thank you very much. I will answer those that I can, and those which I cannot, I will always refer you to the appropriate authorities. So let me start with the first one. So the issue of street money changers. Let me make a reference to what my former governor used to say, and which I think is true. And maybe the answer should actually come from you. To say, when you look at those people that you see in the street, do you really believe that they are the ones with the money? That's my question.
Sounds like a parable, not a question, sir.
So that's the issue. From our side, the Financial Intelligence Unit, they maybe one thing that I didn't tell you also is that you will know, in terms of the law, in fact, even there's another law which is called the Money Laundering and Proceeds of Financial Crime. It requires banking institutions to submit at the end every day what they call suspicious transactions. So when they see a transaction has gone through an account which is outside its normal behavior, that information is required by law to be submitted to the Reserve Bank. So they know. So it is known who is doing what. And the only unfortunate problem is again with the system, that we don't have these court processes where you can take your case right through. It has to be passed to someone. You remember even Zach has always been on record saying they need that power to say, if we have got Mashonganyiga and we have caught him doing this act, we want to be allowed to take him through the prosecuting process, and we do that. Instead of saying, okay, we have seen you, we pass you to another law enforcing agent and so forth. So at the end of the day, I think it's just about being able to implement the law as it requires. That's what it is. But on the other allegation of Reserve Bank staff being seen and engaging with this, I think that is information that is interesting for us, and I can assure you it will go further.
And that's why he holds his office.
Yes, and then my friend there who spoke of the issues where you are buying an asset and then the bank. So this is exactly one of the issues that I raised, to say one of the things that we have noted with our banking institutions is sometimes they don't understand the requirements of SMEs. Your example is exactly the same as a farming project, where when they are making their they are determining their repayments periods. They forget that if it is maize, you need maybe at most 3 months for it to ripe, then another month for you to harvest, and then maybe another month to have it sold to GMB and so forth. So, but they will say because the harvest is in March, so in end of April you must pay. That creates a problem. So they're exactly the same. So I think it's banking institutions, they need to be able to understand that process, the whole process of acquisition. How does it go? When is the asset expected to come in? Unless if your repayment is not going to be based on that vehicle. If it's a business which is running, and it can be, while we are importing, it is still operating, and what it is generating during that period is able to help you pay for that, then maybe it's understandable. But if so repayment is going to be based on that particular asset, I mean, there's no way it can be. That's a real problem with that particular institution. And in fact, in that case, what you can do, write a complaint to the Reserve Bank, and it will be dealt with.
Well, thank you so very much. So let's give a big round of applause. As I give the mic to Farai, who has been here before, would we please just stand up real quick? Please may we stand to our feet. As Farai is taking the podium, he introduced our guest of honor earlier. Please may we touch the sky. Wave to your left, to your right. Give the person next to you a high five. Make it so. Take your seats. Over to you, Farai. And Farai, as you are coming, I just want to let you know that when we're having tea, I was talking to that beautiful young lady over there, and she says that, you know what, I used to think POSB was only for elderly people. And so Farai is going to tell us about all the phenomenal products and solutions we have. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I'm the person who stands between you and lunch. I'll try and be as quick as possible, but unfortunately, my presentation is the most important, so please pay attention. So I'll start by addressing the beautiful lady's concerns. I'll take a minute to take you through who POSB is, and I'll also try and address some of the questions that have been coming up during the course of the day. So People's Own Savings Bank is a bank which was enacted through an act of parliament. Our mandate is to promote savings. I'm going to address your concern. So through our mandate to promote savings, we run a very active treasury where all investments that come through the bank are exempted from withholding tax. So all other investments elsewhere will be susceptible to 15% withholding tax, which we do not touch at POSB. All investments at POSB are also guaranteed by the Minister of Finance. And also we subscribe to DPC, which is Deposit Protection Corporation. DPC also is there to make sure that if a bank folds, you at least get some compensation from it, in addition to the government guarantee that I've alluded to. We also offer very competitive interest rates on our investments, so you can invest for your future, for your wedding, for your purchases. If you want to buy a car, you come and invest with POSB, and all the interest that you earn is competitive and it's exempted from withholding tax. So you will not lose your money like what you have alluded to. You actually get interest every month on your savings. And then we also have CIB, which I head myself as Divisional Director. CIB is a unit which we've got corporate banking, and for any information, we've got over 20 listed entities that bank with POSB. We interact with them on a daily basis. We've issued POS machines, which are Wi-Fi enabled, and they've got 2 SIM slots to make sure that connectivity is guaranteed. We also have large institutions that bank with us. The Zinaras, the Zimbras, and many other government institutions, Net1, Tel1, that also bank with us. We offer CIT services for free. If you've got a business that generates a lot of cash and you are afraid of being robbed, POSB can pick your cash on regular basis. If you want it picked twice, we can offer that service twice a day to make sure that you comply with Mr. Mashonganyika's requirement, and also that your funds are safe from the robberies that are quite prevalent at the moment. Then we also have agribusiness. In our agribusiness department, we do not ask farmers to make monthly repayments like what Mr. Mashonga said. If you are doing tobacco, we expect 1 bullet payment at the end of your farming season when you have sold your tobacco at the auction. If you are doing maize, we expect our repayment at the end of your selling season. So we've got a vibrant agribusiness. We've got the largest tobacco farmers banking with us. We've got blueberry farmers that also bank with us, and we're exporting their blueberries every end of the season at POSB. We issue the CD ones and make sure that their exports are done efficiently. We also have mortgages and property development. We develop land banks. We've been selling stands. Last year we sold 600 stands in Harare at Tinold. We also have another project in Harare South where we've got about 150 stands, well serviced with a nice biodigester there. We also have mortgage schemes that are employer-backed, and if I'm to mention names, we've got very large entities that are currently drawing funds to support mortgage properties for their staff to make sure that they've got decent housing. We also have international banking, which supports cross-border payments. We do imports and exports of services and goods as well. So we are also very active on cross-border. We have LCs that we also issue to support importation of goods to support industry. We also have a private banking where high net worth people like most of you who do not have time to go and join queues, you can actually access your banking services at the comfort of your house. We've got internet banking. We've got many other services that will make your business easy. So I think I've touched on some of the aspects in my presentation, and I think Mr. Mashonganyika also touched on half of my presentation. So I'll try and rush through so that I don't keep you waiting for your supper, for your lunch, sorry. Okay, so in terms of challenges faced by SMEs, Mr. Mashonganyika touched on limited collateral, cash operations, predominantly cash-based business models, financial literacy, which we're offering now, and we also offer these trainings in other forums. And then POSB Financial Solutions to address challenges faced by SMEs, alternative options that have already been alluded to by Mr. Mashonganyiga. You didn't believe me when I said he did 50% of my presentation. Collateral registry there, ECGC, which is offered by ECGC Corporation. Cash operations, POSB promotes use of digital payment solutions. We also offer CIT services for your cash. I'm sure 80% of most of the businesses are receiving their proceeds in cash. So we make sure that we can collect your cash as quickly as possible at no risk. Reduced charges on withdrawal from cash deposits. So our SMEs who deposit cash with the bank, as they withdraw that cash, we exempt them from any cash withdrawal charges. I'm sure some of you here can testify that. So if you deposit $50,000 at POSB, when you want to withdraw that $50,000, we make sure that there are no cash withdrawal fees on your cash that you deposited. So this is meant to make sure that we encourage you to bring your money to the bank and not be exposed to the charges that the regulator alluded to earlier. Financial literacy is this expo that we are holding and many other events. The CEO mentioned an export seminar that we also had in Harare to try and promote financial inclusion. Advisory services through account relationship managers. We've got a big team at POSB that interacts. I'm sure Mr. Mjuru can confirm. I've been to his business and many other clients here. Mr. Willows was here, visited him a lot. We try to come on the ground, understand your business, understand your financial requirements. Sometimes we actually tell you what you need that you don't know and make sure that we support your business and make sure that there's sustainability. Cash flow challenges, we've got tailor-made facilities, which I just mentioned. We will not ask you, a tobacco farmer, to make monthly repayments for their tobacco. We support our customers with working capital finance, invoice discounting, overdraft facilities. Asset finance is a product which is growing. If you want to capacitate your fleet, we make sure that we buy it. As of today, Daniel Mangena, where are you? He was processing a facility for one of our customers who's buying 3 delivery trucks through our asset finance, and we're going to make sure that that happens. And every day, I think we're doing asset finance where we are assisting our customers to buy assets such as solar equipment, vehicles, buses for schools, and many other things that are happening at the moment. Mortgage loans, I think, on labor on that I've just spoken about. Mortgage schemes that we're offering. Oh, I don't know what happened to my presentation. Okay. Oh. Is this me, the user, or is the technology which is escaping me? Oh, what is happening here? Okay. Okay. Like that. Okay. Okay. So. All right. So in general, these are the challenges that we're trying to address as a bank. Working capital issues, we've got working capital facilities, asset finance I've just spoken about, invoice discounting I've talked about, trade finance, we have facilitated import and export of goods. We make sure that our customers are registered for compliance with Reserve Bank and all necessary registrations that are required for them to be able to conduct their exports. Mobile and internet banking, I've alluded to that. We've got one of the best internet banking platforms, and our POS machines are probably the best with Wi-Fi. If you've got Wi-Fi on your business, you don't have to worry about network connectivity. You know you are connected. We've got a partnership with Zimnat to offer insurance services for your business to make sure that your equipment and everything that you are running with is insured, so that you will not be a 100% loss if there is any event that will affect your business. Savings, I've talked about them, and advisory services, I've mentioned. Mr. Marocha has also mentioned what he does. But us as a bank, we also offer advisory services, assisting our customers to make sure that their financials and their business is in order. 60% employment being generated from SMEs. I think we've heard that enough today, and we've got that I've presented on. So we've got SME business accounts. These are the accounts that will attract charges, not savings accounts. So if we've got an SME account, we've got affordable fees. We make sure that our fees are amongst the lowest in the market to make sure that we support our people as people's own savings bank. We've got access to mobile and internet banking. We make sure that your customers will access your facilities and be able to pay you promptly. Exemption of fees I've mentioned. Steam banking. We've got private banking where we'll have a dedicated account relationship manager. Mongi, where are you? Our manager Mongi, she's outside, so she's responsible for our private banking, and she makes sure that even if you are not able to come to the bank, she'll deliver the services that require. Even if it's cash, she'll bring cash to your house. Mortgage loans, we've spoken about them. Personal loans for your employees that will need assistance in the event of bereavement, school fees for their children, and we are going to relieve that burden off the business to make sure that the bank supports your employee requirements. We also give them loans to make sure that the pressure comes off your organization and comes to the bank. So we can have those arrangements formalized where we actually come up with a scheme where your employees will access certain loans from the bank under pre-agreed terms, or they can simply walk in the event of a need. But having a pre-agreed arrangement is always best, because you negotiate upfront for the terms that are going to apply on your facilities. And then we also support our customers with Zimra payments. Unfortunately, the Zimra team has gone. We are the first bank that was certified on what is called TAMS system, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, which you use to remit your payments to Zimra. So POSB was the first bank that qualified for that, and we're still offering that service to our customers seamlessly. You pay your Zimra dues from your office, and you get all the confirmations online. So stop orders for all other payments that are not automated like Zimra, you can let us know, and then we'll make sure that on a routine basis we remit payments to where they are due. International payments, I've mentioned. Exchange control administration, registration of recently Reserve Bank required us, Mr. Mashonganyika, to register credit arrangements for our customers, and we got very busy and made sure that all our customers' credit arrangements with their suppliers are registered with Reserve Bank, and businesses resumed. Lines of credit, we've got a line of credit which is actually running. If you've got importation equipment that you want to import, we can actually utilize that line of credit. Willing buyer, willing seller for your travels. You don't have to go to, you said, what building is it? Trade Gold. You don't have to go to Trade Gold with your ZIG. You just approach your bank. We do not have a backlog at POSB for our foreign currency requirements for our customers. You just bring your invoice and you let us know the ZIG account, and then we'll make sure every week we make a payment towards your import requirements. If you are traveling, please don't go to Trade Gold again. Let us know if you want to go on holiday. We'll allow you 7 days at $300 a day for each person that you are traveling with. So we make sure that you can access holiday travel at a maximum of $300 a day. For your business trips, we will give you $400 up to a maximum of 7 days a week again. So please, if you need foreign currency, do away with Trade Gold. We've got an international card where we'll put the money for your travel. So our international card is linked to your bank accounts. So it's got what is called 2 bins. So these 2 bins allow you to transact on Zim dollars or ZIG and your foreign currency transactions. So if you want to travel, you just use your US dollar account. You don't have to give us a notice that I've got $5,000 in my account. I want to go to Botswana or South Africa to spend it. You just jump on the road and go, and that card, you transact to the last cent. If you need cash, you can still withdraw cash using our MasterCard on your foreign travels. So that's the card that will feed your allowances as you travel. And if you want to use that card for e-commerce platforms, those who watch Netflix, those who want to pay for foreign services in the comfort of their houses, they just access the e-commerce platform on their internet or using their phones, and they make foreign payments using our international card. So Trade Gold, please, those who play around the Trade Gold, I'm sure from today, this was your last time to go to Trade Gold, yeah. And I'm sure Mr. Mashonganyika will be happy to hear that. So digital access, I've spoken about them. Loan applications, I'm sure this is what you want to hear more. loan applications, I think Mr. Marocha and again the regulator mentioned them. Open your account, your trading account, make sure you channel as much as possible of your transactions, if not 100%, to the bank. And that account record that you are creating with the bank will enable you to access facilities. If you are banking $1,000 every month, don't come asking for a facility for 150,000. Obviously, your loan facilities will be related to your business that you are generating and banking. So banking is... Sorry. I'm about to finish, don't worry. I can still finish without this. Can't wait. So we are encouraging you to channel your... We're encouraging you to channel your proceeds through your bank accounts, and that is the advantage, Mr. Zimtrade, of channeling your funds to the bank, because even if it's your salary as an individual, we only give you loans based on the activity that is in your account. So when you say banking has got no advantage, I don't know what you talk about, but as a business or as an individual, we encourage you to channel your proceeds through the bank so that you'd be able to or eligible to access loans. If you are earning $500 through the bank and want a loan, it will be linked to your $500. If you are earning $5,000, maybe some employers will say, I'll give you $200 through the bank and the other $500 I'll give you in cash. They're actually disadvantaging you, because when we are giving mortgage loans for people to buy houses, we don't have a record of your income. So please encourage your employees to channel their salaries through the banks so that when they want to access loans, they'll be eligible. So it's the same with the businesses. If you're not banking with us, we'll not be able to provide you loans. So we've got a team here of relationship managers that understand your businesses. So Mr. Mashonganyika, we do not lend to customers that we don't understand their businesses and ask them to make repayments that are outside their business cash flows. So we've got people that even if you are not asking for a loan, they'll simply say, we haven't met you for a long time. Mr. Mujuru, can I come and have coffee with you? We go there, we exchange. And you know, in those loose environments, you tend to get more information than what you ordinarily get under a very serious discussion. So our relationship managers, they're everywhere. They meet their customers, and we make sure that when it comes to facilities, our customers get loans based on the sizes of their businesses, their bankings, and also what they're able to repay. I think in a nutshell, that's what I can say for now. But we've got one or two of our customers that I think have agreed to just give quick testimonies of their experiences with the bank. So they'll finish my presentation as they tell you what services they've been enjoying from POSB. I thank you.
Well, indeed. Are you coming first, sir? Oh, let's give him a big round of applause as he comes to give his quick testimony.
Thank you, Mr. MC.
You are welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Imhlonishwa. Vanyarikane, the list is long. Let me just say all protocols observed. My name is Kennedy Mujuru. I'm the director of Daisy Bell Investments Private Limited. We are into tools, hardware, oils, and lubricants. I'm a former POSB employee. I joined the organization in 1982 and resigned in 2008 to form my own company. So I worked for 28 years, and 10 of these were at managerial level. I was a branch manager, Konapa, Go City of Kings. The first manager, our now esteemed branch at Ascot in 1999. We opened that branch in 1999. I can say I was with Umama Zalawa, Mrs. Ngomanzi. Mrs. Ngomanzi. I consider POSB to be my other home because that's where I was nurtured. So whenever I hear of the word bank, what comes to my mind first is POSB. That's where I belong. The services at POSB are and have always been excellent. They do offer financial advisors who can provide guidance on investments, retirement planning, and other financial matters. However, this afternoon I will not say a lot about the services I have been getting from POSB, but will dwell mainly on the benefits I got from the business loans. Starting or growing a business is a bold and daunting step toward achieving your dreams, but it often requires significant resources. The buzzword when starting up is capital. It can be very daunting to attain this without the right support. Today, I can confidently stand here and say my business wouldn't be where it is if it was not for the loans I got from POSB. These business loans provided me immediate capital to seize opportunities and pursue the business adventures. I managed to purchase equipment, and to some extent, my business has expanded. The loans played a huge role in me running a self-sufficient business. The flexibility of these loan interests also gave me leverage to run a profitable business and be able to pay back within the specified period. The second benefit The second benefit I'll touch on is business growth. These POSB loans fostered an environment of growth and innovation. They allowed me to focus on other legs in my value chain, such as investing in marketing, making the right technological upgrades and decisions, and keeping me competitive in a fast-moving market, as we all know how wild the business space can be in our Zimbabwean economy. Almost everything needed to run a business needs money. I've been able to reach more clients, get more profitable contracts and orders, all because of the capacity the loans have allowed to withstand. Thirdly, these business loans offered flexible and structured repayment plans that aligned with my cash flow. As I've mentioned, the interest rates were flexible, and these made doing business easier and, above all, making profits, which is why we're in business. Not at one time did I feel the pressure of repayment. One of the most rewarding outcomes of this support is that I've been able to create employment. As my business grew, I needed more hands to keep up with the demand. Today, I'm proud to say I've hired more than 15 people, providing them with stable jobs, income, and hope. It's an incredible feeling to know that through this financial support, not only am I achieving my dreams, but I'm also helping others build theirs. I don't think I'll be lying if I say these loans have helped my business contribute to the GDP of our nation of Zimbabwe in a small way. I'll repeat this, in a small way. Another benefit of these loans is that it builds a good credit record for my company. This strong credit profile and always being in good standing opens doors for larger loans, which in turn allows for larger investment opportunities. And this is always a good sign for long-term success. Lastly, I think I should say that borrowing does require careful planning. With the right business model analysis and good financial planning aligned with your vision, these POSB loans can take your business far and beyond. Good businesses create a better economy. They also give us the benefit of taking care of our loved ones, which at the end of the day is what matters most. I can vouch for POSB any day of my life, and I'll forever be grateful for the opportunities these tailored financial solutions have done for me, my family, and business. Thank you all, and God bless you. In fact, May He not only bless you all, but make you a blessing to others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you should say 16 employees. Now I'm your armor bearer. Thank you, Mr. Majuru. Mr. Mate, are you here? There he is. Let's give him a big round of applause. As soon as he's done, I'm going to call back Farai to just give our just a few tokens to some people we want to honor. Mr. Mate, you're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Can I be your armor bearer? Yes. I'm looking for 2 jobs.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. My name is Pilani Mate. I'm the co-director of Riverdale Academy. Riverdale Academy is an educational institution. We have a primary school and a high school. I think it is impossible to tell the Riverdale story without mentioning POSB. POSB has been integral in the growth of Riverdale Academy. When we walked in here in the morning, Dave Luo said to us, "You don't qualify to be here." He chuckled. We laughed because Riverdale, in the eyes of the community, is bigger than what it is. Why? Because we have the assistance of POSB behind us. They always say in the Bible, I cannot remember in verbatim what the Bible says, but I know that there's a scripture that speaks about standing on the shoulders of apostles. We stand on the shoulders of a great institution that is POSB. When we opened in 2020, we were 2 young teachers, myself and the gentleman who was sitting over there. We did not know any road inside financial institutions. Then in 2022, we were referred to POSB Esteem Banking by a colleague. Our lives changed from then. We had limited capital. We had no access to certain services like the TAMS services to pay our ZIMRA. We had working capital challenges. We had so many challenges that we were facing financially. But when we went to open our account with POSB, some of these things were alleviated. We started accessing funding. We started having proper financial management for our school. We grew from there. The school that you see today, really, we can say I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but we are in partnership with POSB. So the services that we've been offered have been amazing. They did mention here in one of the presentations that the free cash withdrawals, we are not charged on when we're withdrawing our monies for each and every cash deposit that we make. We enjoy that. We also enjoy CIT services. When there's an arrangement to say the money is supposed to be collected at 10 a.m., the CIT truck will be there at 10 a.m. to collect. They never miss time. They're always there on time. That is the bank that we are working with. We also have courtesy visits from our bank managers. From time to time, when you are sitting and you're just having a lazy day, you see POSB stepping in and coming to talk to you about how the school is doing, how the financial side of the school, coming to offer advice. I'll give you an example. In 2023, we wanted to buy a bus. We also wanted to buy land at the same time. Then we were speaking to the bank manager then, who gave us options and said, you can either take a loan to buy the land, or you can take a loan to build the school. You make your choice there. What I can safely say is that we took his advice, and today we own the land, but the money that we're going to use to buy to build the school, POSB has offered that money, has offered us the opportunity to have a mortgage loan with them for us to build an amazing school that has never been seen in Bulawayo. So when you see it, just know that we are standing on the shoulders of a great institution, and that is POSB. We also enjoy benefits of donations from POSB. You know that we, at school, we do hold prize-giving days. And at Riverdale Academy, the prize-giving days are not normal. We host a crowd of about 2,000 people each and every time we hold a prize-giving day. And we knock at POSB offices asking for donations, and they come through every time with drinks, with water, for 2,000 guests that we'll be hosting in each and every prize-giving day that we hold. So we know, just like the proverbial saying that is common in Zimbabwe, POSB, our all-weather friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Super exciting. Farai, as you come, I'm also going to ask our regional manager, Scholar, to be present so that we can go straight into the rest of our vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a big round of applause. You've been an amazing group. And this is our regional manager flanking Farai. Go for it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Mr. Dlamini, earlier on you said some people are scared of banks because of the designer suits that the executives wear. I'm not wearing a designer suit, so please feel free to approach me, and the staff here that is also dressed very casually to encourage a very fair discussion. So thank you very much. I've got some small giveaways to give our esteemed speakers that I have made this day possible. I'm sure we've all enjoyed the engagements here, and I'm happy to see that we still have 99% attendance because people have been captivated by the presentations that came through. So I'm going to start with Mr. Lamini. Please come up. We're going to give you a small takeaway that is going to remind you of POSB. Okay. Okay. Maybe we should come here for some nice pictures. Okay.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Here's a nice bag. It's branded POSB. So wherever he's going to go, he's going to carry POSB with him. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lamini. Okay. All right. The next one is for Mr. Dube. Mr. Dube, please open an account today and direct all your funds. Or for your pictures. Okay, that's fine. I'm told the pictures are better when I'm standing here. Okay, so Mr. Dube, we want to give you a nice bag that you're going to carry around in your travels with Zimtrade. I know you guys are always flying, and you must carry the name POSB with you so that you carry our brand wherever you go. Thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Stolle, you're still around. Thank you.
The man with the suit.
Yes. Okay. The town planner. Please carry all your town planning documents in our nice bag. Thank you for the brilliant presentation. I'm sure a lot of people now understand the role that the council plays. You're no longer in running battles with the city council. Thank you. Mr. Marocha, please come through. The finance man, please, as you are struggling or trying to build your financial records, you are free to engage Mr. Marocha. He will help you prepare your financials so that POSB will give you loans.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. So some people ask us, what is your limit when it comes to loans? I'll tell you, during my life at POSB, we've given loans of up to $5 million to clients. So we do not give loans for $50,000 only. We can go as high as $5 million if you deserve. The council is also a very good customer of POSB. We've got a biller code where you guys can actually pay your rates from the comfort of your homes to the council through our POSB platform. And I can say Blayo is our best performing biller code when it comes to payment of rates. Thank you. Mr. Mashonganyika Arabize, please come through, our regulator. You have tried to help us and our SMEs understand the roles of financial institutions. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Lastly, I'm going to give our Chief Compliance Officer a bag.
It's Queen. It's not Queen Compliance.
Queen Compliance Officer is also taking away a bag. Yes, the Queen Compliance Officer. Okay, thank you. All right, bye-bye. Oh, photo, okay. All right. We also have Mr. Mujuru and Mr. Mate. Please come closer for your gifts. These bags are very nice to carry your perishables as you travel or as you are doing work in your office. I wish they could open. These bags are very nice. So these bags are also branded Esteem Banking. So that's the private bank. Mr. Mate, okay, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm sure a lot of people here have been converted. You talk like a preacher. Yeah, the ambassador for the bank. So please take this bag with you and carry all your perishables as you travel. Thank you. I think this is all that I have for today, but as you start banking with us, you'll be getting more and more. We give the best corporate gifts ever. The pens that we have, the t-shirts. I'm sure you can see this jacket that I'm wearing. It's a very expensive jacket. Thank you once again.
With that, I'm going to invite Scholar to come back and give her, as our regional manager, give her words of gratitude.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for gracing us today. As we conclude this enlightening SME workshop, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed to make this event a success. I think we had a beautiful day today, so thank you so much. First, special thanks to our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Dlamini. Thank you so much. You are from the Chamber of SMEs. You provided valuable insights into the development of SMEs. You also addressed the challenges such as lack of soft skills and office phobia. This one really got me because I think most of us have office phobia, you know. So his recommendations on interest rates, we actually had you say thank you. And we are going to take efforts to also be able to align with the concerns that were raised. And then to our CEO, Mr. Garaina Shechangunda, in absentia, he really set a motivating tone with his opening remarks, reinforcing POSB's commitment to empowering SMEs. I think this was very clear that we are here to serve you, we are here to partner with you, and will be able to assist you. We are also truly very grateful to our speakers who shared their expertise. First to Mr. Dewey, my all-weather friend. Thank you, Mr. Dewey. We have been together for a very long time from Zimtrade. He highlighted the existing opportunities for SMEs, inspiring us to explore new adventures for growth. I think it was very clear. And now we'll be out there killing all rabbits we will meet. And then to Mr. Stole from the Bulawayo City Council, thank you so much, sir. You walked us through the essential licensing requirements, helping us to navigate regulatory landscapes. I think we are not going to be scared of you guys anymore. When we see the blue guys, we won't run away. And then to Peshi Chinomona, the queen of compliance. Thank you so much for discussing sustainable practices that we can implement in our businesses so as to take care of Mother Earth. I think Mother Earth gives us a lot of resources, and it is our duty to make sure that we don't milk her dry and we replenish her as we use her. And then to Mr. Marocha from Finalist Consultant, thank you so much, sir, for providing expertise on guidance on financial record keeping. I think you have really prepared our SMEs for this, and we are waiting for them to bring proper documents for their loan applications. Then to Mr. Simbarashe Mashonganyika, the regulator, thank you so much, sir, for stressing the importance of banking in achieving financial inclusion. I think after this, we are not scared to bank as SMEs. Then to Mrs. Peshi, and her colleague from Zimra, they are now in absentia. We want to thank them for that particular breakdown of customs duties and taxes and incentives. They've really equipped us with valuable knowledge. To Mr. Farej Chirikure, my personal boss, our Divisional Director, Corporate Investment Banking, thank you, sir. You presented the financial solutions that we have designed for SMEs as a bank, and we are hoping to see most of you guys outside there opening accounts. Also, allow me to extend my appreciation to our valued customers who shared their testimonies, Mr. Mujuru and Mr. Mate. So a small story on Mr. Mate. When I just joined the bank, he threw me in the deep end and made me a guest of honor before I even knew him. So thank you so much, Mr. Mate, for that. And then I want to send a heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this event, the staff at POSB, the volunteers who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. I think this was a beautiful event, and we know that people did put a lot of effort. So to our participants, thank you so much for your encouragement and willingness to share ideas. We hope today has sparked a new insight and connections that will propel your business forward. And finally, to our events director, Tafadzwa, thank you so much for managing this event so well, for capturing our key points and leading us into insightful discussions. I really enjoyed you being our events director. And when I grow up, I want to be like you. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the conversation over lunch. Let's network. And thank you all for joining us, and safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Scholar. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we now have a QR code. We're going to invite you to scan that. The whole idea is that we would like to get your feedback from this event. We love the engagements that we've had, and we are grateful that you all stayed with us to this moment. As we exit, you will be given a meal ticket. We're going to kindly invite you to join us for lunch. We would like to continue having conversations with you. Otherwise, God bless you all, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Yeah. The guy went to the only university. Went to the only. Yes, it was the only one. Of course, sir. Of course. Let me give you my card.
It was lots of fun and very engaging. Look at this.
Grammarly now uses AI to help you write, not just revise. Type a prompt and generate a persuasive, mistake-free draft in seconds, personalized to your unique writing style. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
Something's got a hold on me lately. No, I don't know myself anymore. Feels like the walls are all closing in, and the devil's knocking at my door. Whoa, out of my mind. How many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me. Trying my best to keep from tearing the skin off my bones. Don't you know I lose control when you're not next to me? I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. Problematic, I want your body like a fiend, like a bad habit. Bad habits, how to break with you. Yeah, I know I can do it on my own, but I want that real full on black magic, and it takes two. Problematic, problem is when I'm with you, I'm an addict, and I need some relief. My skin in your teeth, can't see the forest through the trees. Got me down on my knees, darling, please. I lose control when you're not next to me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yeah, you're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. Lose control when you're not next to me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. You're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me. Sun is going down, time is running out. No one else around me. Steady losing light, steady losing my mind. Over shadows and gravity. Without you, there ain't no place for me to hide. Without you, there's no way I what I do for a little bit of peace and quiet. Without you, I keep slipping into bad dreams. But there's no you and I. No sound when I cry. I love you and I need you to set me free from all of these bad dreams. Waiting on the other side. No sound when I cry. I love you and I need you to set me free from all of these, all of these. Bad dreams. All of these. Baby, please come around. Help me settle down. Hellish habits and crowd my head. What you waiting for? Something physical. I can do this by myself. Without you, there be no place for me to hide. Without you, there's no way I can sleep tonight. I do for a little bit of peace and quiet. Without you, I keep slipping in a bad dream. But there's no you and I. No sound when I cry. I love you and I need you to set me free from all of these bad dreams. Waiting on the other side. No sound when I cry. I love you and I need you to set me free from all of these, all of these. Bad dreams, baby, please. All of these, all of these. Of having only eyes for you, of letting you turn my crimson skies blue. Ooh. Of hating you're somebody new, of getting hella jealous of the ground that's under you. Going way too hard, but trying to call you while I'm stumbling
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT. Let's be real. Most people over 40 use ChatGPT like it's Google. Copy, paste, ask a basic question, move on. That's not how smart people use AI. Tomorrow, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
If you leave me, God rest my soul. But if you stay here, I'm no better off. Bury me 6 feet down below, and I'll be smiling when I go. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. She looked at me and I saw my soul. She's the devil. She's the devil in a dress. I'm in purple. She ripped my heart right out of my chest. I would give my life for one kiss from the devil. She's the devil in a dress. And I love, love, love. Oh, I love, love, love. Yeah, I love. She's the devil in a dress. Them pearly gates and streets of gold. See, I won't make it. I'm out of control. I wear your love like a blindfold. And truth be told, I sold my soul to the devil. She's the devil in a dress. I'm in purple. She ripped my heart right out of my chest. I would give my life for one more kiss from the devil. She's the devil in a dress. But I love, love, love. Oh, I love, love. Yeah, I love. She's the devil in a dress. I would give my life for one more kiss. I'm a man in pain. I'm a masochist. She's the devil. She's the devil in a dress. I'm in purple. She ripped my heart right out of my chest. I would give my life for one more kiss from the devil. She's the devil in a dress. And I love, love, love. Oh, I love. Yeah, I love, love. She's the devil in a dress.
Hey, it's your friend Teddy again, and these are my best buddies, Elephants, and this is our cover of Let Me Love You by Mario.
Baby, you just don't get it. Do you enjoy being hurt? I know you smell that perfume, the makeup on your shirt. You don't believe his story. You know that they're all lies. Bad as you are, you stick around, and I just don't know why. If I was your man, baby, you never worry about what I do. I'll be coming home back to you every night, doing you right. You're the kind of Wristful of diamonds, handful of rain. Baby, you're a star. I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Baby, good love and protection. Make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Baby, you should let me love you, love you, love you, love you. Yeah. Your true beauty's description is so good that it hurts. You're a dime plus 99, and it's a shame you don't even know what you're worth. Everywhere you go, they stop and stare, 'cause you're bad and it shows. From your head to your toe, out of control. Baby, you don't know. Baby, you never worry about what to do. I'll be coming home back to you every night, doing you right. You're the kind of woman, certain thing. Wrist full of diamonds, handful of rain. Baby, you're a star. I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Baby, good love and protection. Make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Baby, you should let me love you, love you, love you. Baby, you should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. Baby, good love and protection. Make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Baby, you should let me love you. Hey, thanks for loving on us.
Sie lädt zum Essen ein. Rund um die Welt. Mit ihr beginnt Urlaub nicht erst am Ziel, sondern schon auf dem Weg dorthin. Sie ist überall auf der Welt zu Hause und immer da, wenn man sie braucht. Die Platinum Card von American Express. Gemacht fürs Leben.
This song's called Tennessee Whiskey. Spend my nights out in a bar room. Liquor was the only love
that I'd ever known. But see, you rescued me from reaching toward the bottom, brought me back from being too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. Look for love in all the same old places. I found the bottom of the bottle was always dry. But see, you poured out your heart. I swear I didn't waste it, 'cause there's nothing like your love getting me high. 'Cause you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. A glass of brandy, but honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. Get in there. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine.
Hello and welcome Welcome. I'm Dr. David Costa, the Dean and CEO here at Robert Kennedy College in Zurich, Switzerland. And I'm here today to introduce the University of Cambria online master programs. You can now complete your British master degree entirely online in just 1 year. We offer a number of specializations, such as our Executive MBA, our MBA Artificial Intelligence, MBA International Healthcare Management, MBA International Relations and Diplomacy, and also MSc in International Business and Computer Science, MSc Data Analytics, Master of Laws, International Business Law, and many more. Request our course catalog and get started today.
Turn down the lights, turn down the bed, turn down these voices inside my head. Lay down with me, tell me no lies, just hold me close, don't patronize. Don't patronize, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't, and you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in these final hours, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. I'll close my eyes so I cannot see the love that you don't feel when you're holding me. Morning will come and I'll do what's right. Just give me till then to give up this fight. I will give up this fight, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't, and you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in these final hours, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. No, you won't, 'cause I can't make you love me if you don't, and you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in these final hours, I will lay down my heart, and I feel the power, but you won't. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. There's sweat in my eyes. I'm not really crying though. It looks like it though, don't it? sleep with one eye open. I see the headlights turn to shadows driving past. I hope one night it's not you going, 'cause you woke up and realized what you could have. You sleep with peace of mind, you don't worry. I'm wide awake, I know it's gonna hurt me. Least you could do is show a little mercy now. So if you're gonna leave me in the middle of the night, set the bed on fire, set the bed on fire. If you're gonna leave me, don't say goodbye. Just set the bed on fire, baby, set the bed on fire, and let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all down. Sometimes I wonder what you're thinking. You say you love me, but sometimes I have my doubts. Baby, what if our ship was sinking? Would I be the only one hanging on when it goes down? You sleep with peace of mind, you don't worry. I'm wide awake, I know it's gonna hurt me. The least you could do, show a little mercy now. So if you're gonna leave me in the middle of the night, set the bed on fire, set the bed on fire. If you're gonna leave me, and don't say goodbye, set the bed on fire, set the bed on fire, and let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all down. Let it burn all down. Let it burn all down. Don't drag it up, don't hang around, don't take your time, don't twist the knife, don't let me see, just let me dream. So if you're gonna leave me in the middle of the night, oh, set the bed on fire, set the bed on fire. If you're gonna leave me, don't say goodbye, don't say goodbye. Set the bed on fire, set the bed on fire, and let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all down. Let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all the way to the ground. Just let it burn, let it burn, let it burn, let it burn all down.
You sent in a proposal, but your manager has so many questions. Uh-oh. Let's try again with Grammarly. First, Grammarly's AI finds opportunities to help your ideas stand out and add details you missed, while keeping your manager in mind. Next, Grammarly makes the changes so your message can work its magic. Looking good, and it only took a few clicks. All right, let's wrap this up. Oops, almost forgot. And sent. You did it. One promotion coming up. Write what you need, get what you want. Download Grammarly today.